Hey everyone. So if you saw the title for this video, this is going to be a deep dive into the filmography of actor Jordan Ladd. I guess I should go into why I am doing this. So it starts in May of 2022, where I went to a local horror convention, and I go to these things fairly often. And Jordan Ladd was one of the actors who was appearing there to do, photo ops and signatures and stuff that I was most excited to meet. And this is largely because in the early 2000s, she was in a large, really good run of genre films. One of my favorites being Broken Lizard's Club Dread. So I was really excited to meet her in person. And so I met her in person, I got the signature, got a picture with her at her table, and then I also got one of those, pro photo ops, because I like those, because, sometimes phone selfies don't come out the best, and then my phone selfies with her didn't come out the best. I had someone else in line take the pictures for me. But I was too nervous to ask her questions, because normally when I'm at a table and I'm getting an autograph, I'll ask a celebrity like a question or two about one piece of their work or whatever, just because I have the opportunity to ask them something. But I was a little too nervous around her, so I didn't ask her any questions at the time. And that was that. And then I ended up getting like a weekend pass for that particular convention there. And so on one of the nights, they had a charity auction where when you go to one of these conventions, the talent who's there to sign and stuff, they usually have banners behind their tables, with pictures from the work that they're in and a big picture of themselves and everything. And the convention itself made their own banners as well, which usually went on the side of the banner that the star brought themselves. And they were auctioning off those convention-specific banners. And it was for a charity. I think it was for at-risk LGBTQ youth. So it went to a good cause. And when they had the auction, I bid and won Jordan Ladd's. And part of the thing was that you got the banner and that they would sign and personalize it for you. And so you probably can't see here because I have some light so you can see it. But it's signed to David from Penelope because of her character in Club Dread, and signed with a little heart there, and I have it hanging up in my home office. And, that was that. That was, I go to a lot of these conventions, I have many of these types of interactions with celebrities where, I get the photo and the signature and maybe ask them a question or whatever, and that's the end of the story. But I did post on Twitter that I won the banner, and then Jordan Ladd followed me from her official Twitter account after that, and I thought, whatever, people, there's lots of celebrities that have, not lots, but a handful of celebrities that have followed me post a convention when I post the pictures, and they just don't interact with me at all. They probably, follow because they're a fan, and then mute, and that's it. And then cut to October of 2022, when my fiance at the time dumped me, and I took to Twitter to tweet a bunch of stuff that I noticed or I had purposefully looked the other way about things that she had done and deceptive shit that she had done in the lead up to it and all that stuff. And to my surprise, Jordan Ladd replied to me with some very kind words. And very supportive words. And I was very surprised that an actor who I had a crush on in my early 20s, and whose work I very much like and respect, would be consoling me at a very dark time in my life. But it happened, and I was just so grateful that she did that for me, and it's something I will forever be thankful to her for. That being said, you may be questioning my objectivity when I do this deep dive, and that's fine. What I will say is that when I did this deep dive and I watched as many works that she was in as possible that I had access to, I did not think that she ever gave a bad performance in any of them, so perhaps that's skewed. But I did not like all of the work that she was in either, so that part is not, and I'll give you my opinions as I go on. But then following that event, here and there sprinkled, We occasionally had a couple different conversations, nothing too like deep or personal or anything. It was mostly just kind of friendly, shoot the ship type conversations about movies or TV or whatever, industry kind of basic stuff. Haven't talked to her since the strike. I think she took a break from Twitter at that point. But otherwise, it was just really kind of a thrill to be able to just have like these normal kind of cool casual conversations with an actor I respect. So when 2023 came along, I was like, you know what? Obviously, she's been in a lot of work that I've really liked and some I've even loved, but I haven't seen everything she's done. And her filmography wasn't so huge. It wasn't like a Nicolas Cage or a Robert De Niro filmography where it's like hundreds of movies and it would be super difficult to watch everything. Her filmography was like in the 40s, if you count feature films, TV movies, and short films, which is what I included here when I did the deep dive. I did not do any of her TV work. Like, she had an episode of 6 Feet Under, which is one of my favorite shows, but I didn't rewatch that. She did voices on a couple episodes of Robot Chicken and some other stuff. I didn't include any of her TV work. Or any documentary work or any like DVD extras or anything like that. I focused solely on feature films, TV movies, and short films. But that number was manageable. And so what I set out to do, just because I was curious to, one, revisit the stuff that she was in that I hadn't watched in a while, and two, to look at the stuff I hadn't seen and see how that was, I decided, you know what, for 2023, this is manageable, where I could watch potentially everything she did, and just try to map out her filmography and sort of what does it say about her choices, whether they're active choices or if there was like typecasting or jobs that she took because money reasons or whatever. Is there like an arc that you can trace Hollywood trends and things like that? There was a lot of ways that I could have sort of attacked this when you're looking at someone's filmography in its almost totality. And so I decided that would be a fun little project to do in 2023. So throughout the year, I would intersperse little bursts of, trying to find short films that she was in. Most short films, they're either on YouTube or on Vimeo, and if they're not on one of those two, they're pretty hard to find otherwise. But thankfully I was able to find most of her short films. And then feature films, some I own on DVD or Blu-ray, some are available on streaming, some I was not able to see. So that brings me to the deep dive itself. I did limit it to films, just because I know more about film than about the TV industry, so I can't really talk about, the episodes of Charlie's Angels she was in with her mother or anything like that. I don't know how that fits into TV history as well as I know movie history. But I decided to look at those things, and I didn't attack the filmography in chronological order, but I'll be discussing them in chronological order. So I was able to see most of them. But some of the films I just couldn't find. They just weren't available on streaming, or they were only available on like a weird service. Like one of her movies was only on the Lifetime TV movie service, and I wasn't going to subscribe to that. Some were in DVDs that are out of print, and I had to reach out to like friends and whatever who might have had them. And so it was a little bit of a project, but it wasn't terribly difficult to get the vast majority of her films. There's only a few that I completely missed, and just because they're very hard to find. So, yeah. So I guess I should set a little bit of the groundwork for who Jordan Ladd is. And I'm not going to get too much into any personal details about her life, because I just don't know them, and they're kind of beside the point when I'm talking about her work. But she is the daughter of Cheryl Ladd, and who famously from Charlie's Angels. I think she was on Dancing with the Stars recently. And David Ladd, who was an actor. I think he just does some other producing stuff there. And she's also the granddaughter of Alan Ladd, who is a famous actor, and I believe her great-grandmother was also an actor as well, but her name escapes me at the moment. So she is a legacy person in this. I know in modern parlance, there's a lot of discourse about Nepo babies and stuff, and my view on that is a bit more nuanced than you might expect from a communist who doesn't like inherited wealth. But my basic premise there, or my basic through line on that, is that when people are upset about Nepo babies, they tend to have a skewed version of how rich some actors and their families can be. Not every actor and acting family is, George Clooney or Brad Pitt rich, But also, sometimes they're skewed as far as how much of a leg into the industry that actually affords you. Like, it certainly does open doors that wouldn't necessarily be open for a person who comes off the bus from Kansas, necessarily. But getting into the door and being able to walk through it successfully are two different things, and Chet Hanks would be a recent example of that. Plus, there's just a lot of really talented actors who are, offspring of other actors who I think the industry and the art of film would be worse if they weren't here. Just of like the younger generation right now, Jack Quaid comes to mind, who's obviously Meg Ryan and Dennis Quaid's son. Margaret Qualley, who's the daughter of Andy McDowell from Sex, Lies, and Videotape. And yeah, it's just, I think it's sometimes maybe an unfair stab at some people, but I don't know. And that's about the background. It seems like she got a couple of child roles in some of her mother's stuff, like Charlie's Angels, or like a couple TV movies or whatever, TV specials. And then she sort of ventured out on her own, like many other actors do. They'll start off in indie projects and short films, and then they try to make it big. And she mostly got to mainstream attention when she had a string of genre, mostly horror stuff in the early 2000s. And then in later years, it seems like her career trended into very small indie movies and TV movies at that point, and I'll discuss that when I get to it. But without further ado, perhaps we should start jumping in, and I'll starting off with The Girl Who Came Between Them from 1990 and Broken Promises from 1993. These are two TV movies, and I hate to start this way, but I wasn't able to watch these two. Since I did this project, and when I was going back and looking through the filmography and preparing to actually film my segments, I did find that they are available to watch now. It looks like the first one is available on YouTube now. I don't know how good of a quality the rip is. And the second one might be available on like Freevee and Crackle and some of the fast streaming services. But these were both TV movies, and they both starred Jordan's mother, Cheryl Ladd. It appears that Jordan Ladd plays a waitress in both, so I'm assuming it's just like a one-scene walk-on type thing, and she was just cast because her mother was in it. So I don't have much to say about these, but it looks like, much like some of her early TV work, like when she guest starred as a child on Charlie's Angels as the young version of Cheryl Ladd's character, that this was just basically her mother giving her or allowing her a leg up with these like tiny walk-on roles before venturing out more forwardly on her own. So when we talk about the Nepo baby discourse or whatever, I guess this is where the opening door comes in, but it doesn't mean that just because she gets a walk-on role as a waitress that she could go forward in anything else. So I wouldn't exactly say that her career is because she got a leg up in these particular ones. I mean, these are both TV movies that I had never heard of, and unless you're a TV movie connoisseur, you probably haven't heard of either. So that's all I really have to say about those, because I haven't seen them. But I might go back and check them out just out of curiosity's sake, but since I'm generally not a TV movie fan, I'm not rushing to do so. Embrace of the Vampire, 1995. If you were a teenager in the 90s like I was, this movie was pretty infamous among my peers. And the reason is because it's pretty much just a softcore movie. It's a very repetitive softcore movie now that I've revisited it. And it starred Alyssa Milano. This was during that time period where Alyssa Milano was going through what a lot of child actors go through, which is they're put into a child actor box for a while, and then when they come of age, they sometimes want to break out of that and do sort of riskier roles in order to shed that, goody two-shoes, like Disney Channel or sitcom thing, because Alyssa Milano was on Who's the Boss. And so she did Poison Ivy 2, and Embrace of the Vampire, both movies softcore, both movies by the same director, by a female director at that. And if you're growing up in the 90s, you probably, even if you didn't see the movie, because I didn't see the movie till probably in my 20s after it came on HBO, but you probably were able to see clips of the movie on the then very nascent internet at the time. This is kind of a similar, what Alyssa Milano was going through is very similar to what Drew Barrymore was going through, and I'll discuss her a little bit more when we get to Never Been Kissed. But Drew Barrymore, she started out as a child actor in E.T. and stuff like that, and then when she she became an emancipated minor, and she sort of broke out and, you know, did Playboy. She had a brief, like, marriage to an older man for, like, 24 hours or something. And then she did movies that were a lot more risque and had nudity and stuff. So you had Bad Girls, Doppelganger, Boys on the Side, things like that. I think she had some personal addiction issues and stuff, too. And then Drew Barrymore was able to completely rebrand away from that later when you get to Never Been Kissed and The Wedding Singer, where she suddenly became like the goody two-shoes girl next door, and it was a complete like 180 from child actor to her early 20s, and then from that sort of Playboy and addiction issues to the smiley, happy girl next door who does cute romantic comedies, and that's pretty much the public image that Drew Barrymore's had up until recently, where during the writers' strike, she tried to have her show come back without the writers, and there was a huge backlash, and that has sort of tainted her image, at least as I'm recording this. Whether it gets better going forward, we'll find out. But Alyssa Milano had a less dramatic version of that, where she had the sitcom stuff with the Who's the Boss, and then she did this softcore stuff just to sort of break out of that image and get her foot in the door, and then she kind of went on to a different career path, and she became a Me Too advocate a couple of years ago as that movement was coming up after the Weinstein revelations. So that was kind of her thing. As far as Embrace of the Vampire is concerned, it's basically about this very chaste woman, almost like Mormon-esque in how chaste she is, and she keeps having dreams about a sultry vampire, and they're like sexual dreams, and then she starts to sort of break out of her shell, and it's very repetitive. It's pretty boring outside of the nude scenes and everything. Jordan Ladd plays sort of a mean, catty classmate of Alyssa Milano's. She has a cute little beret on for everything and like overalls. That's a very cool like costuming for her character. But it's interesting that her first, I don't want to call it major role because it's just a supporting role in this like softcore movie that went direct to video. But her first role outside of, you know, walk-ons in some of her mother's films was basically as a non-nude role in a softcore movie, because only really Alyssa Milano gets like the bulk of any of the nudity or the more traditional sex scenes and everything like that. Ladd is quite good in it, playing this like catty person, especially when you contrast it to some of her later roles where she can play sort of sweet and everything. She's she's still kind of catty, but less mean in Never Been Kissed. When we get to that, this one is a lot more like hard edge. It's a little bit more like the main Heather from Heathers almost, where it's just very demeaning and sort of spiteful comments and things like that. But it's a decent role, and she does a good job with it, just as far as supporting the main thing. But the movie itself isn't particularly worth watching unless you are a really huge fan of Alyssa Milano, and the softcore aspects will float your boat. Now, if you were a teenager in the 90s, then sure, the kitsch or the lark of seeing, you know, an actor you grew up with on a sitcom nude, you know, my generation also kind of went through this with the Seventh Heaven girls like Jessica Biel and everything like that too, where you go from a goody two-shoes TV show to, you know, being in the pages of Maxim and FHM, and this sort of fits with that traditional thing of, you know, a child actor who's a goody two-shoes, and then they want to break out of that, so they go risky, and eventually, usually as they get older, they reach some sort of equilibrium as far as how they present themselves in film or whatever, or perhaps Hollywood just stops wanting them to be sex symbols once they hit, I don't know, 25 of years of age, and so they kind of reach like a regular level at that point. So I wouldn't say the movie's particularly worth watching, but Ladd is good in it, and as far as her first like bigger supporting role in a film, she acquits herself quite well. But outside of outside of the gimmick of Alyssa Milano and having nude scenes, there's not much here. Inside Out, 1997, no relation to the Pixar movie. This is a short film, it's about half an hour, and it was made by Jason Gould, who is the son of famous actor Elliot Gould. And this is a short film basically about being the famous gay son of a famous actor. And it's very episodic. It has a couple different very clearly delineated segments that it goes through as it just sort of follows this guy around. The funniest of the segments, because the short film is a comedy, involves him almost getting recruited into Scientology. And again, this is 1997, so this is a little bit before the whole like Tom Cruise couch jumping, Battlefield Earth being released as a movie type thing, where Scientology was really pushed by certain talents into the mainstream, and we got to all see how wacky it was. But it's, I think it's a little too inside baseball for something like this. If you're going to make a movie about the movie industry or about movie making, yeah, you can make it for people who are into industry, but then it's only going to appeal to them. And there's, like, movie fanatics and cinephiles like me who are going to get some of the stuff even though we're not inside that world. But the average person isn't going to give a shit about this unless you make them give a shit about this. So, sometimes there are movies about movie making that have a broader appeal outside of that sort of insular community, like Robert Altman's The Player is probably one of the best examples. This one, it's probably only going to appeal to people like Jason Gould, so people who have lived that experience and they can sort of recognize themselves within it. This short film was also included itself, even though it's very episodic like an anthology. It was included in a feature-length anthology a couple years after called A Boy's Life 3, which I didn't watch because this is the only segment that Jordan Ladd is in. But it's very odd that you have an individual short that is episodic and then you place it inside of an anthology itself. And an anthology, of course, is a bunch of disparate short films together. So it's almost like episodic or short film inception, where it's like short films inside of short films inside of short films type of thing. And I believe A Boy's Life 3 is a collection of short films that are just about like the gay experience or whatever. Yeah, that's really all I have to say. The short itself, it's a little, like I said, it's a little too inside baseball. Some of the humor works, some of it doesn't. There's a lot of different cameos from the director and his father's friend group, so that's it. Jordan Ladd is in one part of the short where she plays the daughter of a famous person, so a little bit of life there. But unlike the real Jordan Ladd, the character she's playing in this short has a bunch of problems. The scene that she's involved in is this support group for children of famous people or relatives of famous people. And her character, she shows a lot of really good comedic timing in the short amount of screen time she has here, but she basically plays a character who, aside from having the issue of the negative effects of being related to someone famous, she also has various other addiction issues, and she sort of rattles them off in a humorous way, and sometimes the action cuts away from her and you just hear her in the background as we're following our main character, played by Jason Gould. I was able to find this on YouTube, albeit split into 3 parts. Something I will point out to you if you're looking into watching just more short films in general, not necessarily the ones I mentioned here. If you're going to find a short film online, it's usually going to be in one of 2 places. Either it's going to be on YouTube, either in an official upload from the director or in some sort of bootleg copy. This was, I assume, a bootleg that was uploaded by someone different. Or they're going to be on Vimeo. Vimeo is, even though there's not much on Vimeo, and Vimeo has sort of failed to be a YouTube alternative, it's still used for a lot of uploads for resume pieces and short films and things like that. So just if you're looking into short films, because I've recently been trying to sort of expand my palette into watching more short films this year, and I certainly have more than usual. Yeah, that's all I really have to say about Inside Out / that segment from Boy's Life. Is it worth watching if you're a Jordan Ladd fan? I mean, maybe just the segment she's in. If you're inside the Hollywood world and you actually are like in the industry, you might like this a little bit more than I did, as someone who, while being a cinephile who still very much enjoys knowledge about this world, it still seems a little too inside baseball for me. So, Nowhere, 1997. This is a feature film by Greg Araki, who is a director who was a blind spot for me until this year. The first movie I saw of his was Nowhere, when I was looking to do this deep dive. Since then, I've watched 2 other films he's done. What is it? White Bird and the Blizzard with Shailene Woodley, which I liked, and Smiley Face, which is a stoner comedy that has some communist humor in it, so I like that too. He mostly seems to deal with different subject matter around young people malaise and a lot of different issues with growing up young and gay. Nowhere is part of his Apocalypse trilogy, and it's not a formal trilogy, or Teen Apocalypse trilogy, rather. It's not a formal trilogy, like, connecting story-wise. It's more of a thematic trilogy, kind of like John Carpenter's Apocalypse trilogy. And it is the most 90s thing I've seen in quite a while. I think if I had seen this movie for the first time at the age of, like, 14 or 15, I would have loved it, but I'm seeing it for the first time at, 39 when I watched it. I'm 40 now. And it's sort of like, Clueless if it's filtered through John Waters or Andy Warhol or something like that. It's very colorful and outlandish. It has the kind of colorful dialogue that, Diablo Cody might used a couple years later with Juno. Well, maybe more than a couple years later. It definitely has like just surrealist splashes of color and the type of like lighting and camera movements that you might see in like an early 90s music video. And there's some mild, like, Kafka-esque body horror type stuff later on in the movie. It's an odd duck. It's sort of like a hyperbolic and surrealist satire of how boomers viewed like the cuspers of Gen X and millennial. Like I was born in the early 80s, so I'm technically a millennial, but I'm very close to the borderline of Gen X, which sort of explains some of my tastes. And this was sort of about the generation that is slightly older than me, so basically like Jordan Ladd's generation. And there's some pretty dark stuff in the movie. There's a sexual assault, there's murder, there's explosions of bodies and everything. It's very outlandish and hyperbolic in its comedy, and it sort of just kind of deals with early 20s and late teens ennui, which was kind of, you saw that a lot around the 90s in independent films with Clerks and Slacker and just a lot of stuff. So Fucking What? There was a lot of movies that were sort of about that general Gen X malaise that like Nirvana personified at the time. And there's a lot of like stuff here that may have been considered more taboo in the 90s than it is now, like BDSM and drugs and nipple play and light bondage and all of that stuff. And I know some of this might sound heavy, but it's really not tonally a heavy movie, even if it deals with some like darker and heavier stuff. Like it's not as heavy as like Euphoria is, which is something that you could call in the same ballpark as this movie, but that's a lot darker and grimmer in how it's done. Yeah, it's definitely... There's also, like, because this is sort of in the late 90s and 97, you can kind of start to see some of the, like, proto-DNA of what would later become the resurgence of the teen sex comedy when American Pie came out in 99, and then that led to a wave of copycats for a while in the early 2000s, like Old School and Road Trip and those Todd Phillips movies, until that trend in comedy died out, and then we got the Judd Apatow era starting roughly around when 40-Year-Old Virgin came out, the Seth Rogen, James Franco type of stuff following Freaks and Geeks. So there's a little bit of that sort of like pre-American Pie DNA in here as well. I think as far as whether you would like this movie or not, because I liked it quite a bit, but I think its appeal may be limited to people who were fairly young around this time. So in 1997, if you were in your teens, because I was probably like 14 when this movie came out, somewhere between 13 and 15, I think if you were that age or you were in your early 20s in college, this is the kind of thing that would appeal to you, even if you didn't watch it contemporaneously, because it does evoke a sort of weirdly nostalgic era in some ways, like this very early 90s MTV aesthetic, remote control game show and stuff like that. But anyone older than that or younger than that, I'm not sure they'd get into. Like a Gen Z audience that has watched Skins. Well, I guess Skins is still like younger millennials. But any audience that was raised more on like Skins or your Euphoria Now, for instance, I don't think they'd be able to grapple onto this as much because it is just so 90s. And the film has like an amazing cast of people who were not quite famous at the time but would become famous later. You got like Ryan Phillippe in there. I think I saw Rose McGowan in there. There's a lot of people in here. As far as Jordan Ladd is concerned, most of her, because this is very much an ensemble piece that kind of cuts between different characters, even though there is one very clear protagonist in it. She plays a character who is dating kind of a ne'er-do-well type guy. Her role is mostly comedic in this. So it's a little bit different than Embrace of the Vampire, her previous film, where she's very much like a foil to the main character and is very catty and kind of bitchy in that movie. Here, it's very much straight comedy. But it's this film's particular comedic tone as well. But most of her storyline is about the guy she's dating and some of the stuff that goes along with that in there. But she does definitely showcase a lot of good humor in here. She delivers some funny lines, like really great. And this is probably the first movie, not probably, it is the first movie where she was able to showcase her comedic talents, which she would later showcase to great effect in some of her future stuff, like Club Dread and Never Been Kissed and things like that. So as far as looking at her filmography, I think this is a good place to go to see the beginnings of her comedic talents. And I do think the film is very much worth watching. I know it was out of print for a very long time in the US, but recently a company called, I think, Strand Releasing, they've been restoring in 4K some of Greg Araki's early work, including this Teen Apocalypse trilogy. The most famous film of that, which I haven't seen, I've seen clips of it, because Rose McGowan is a star in it. It's called The Doom Generation, and that got a 4K restoration and a limited re-release in theaters and was put out on Blu-ray recently, but not 4K UHD. And it looks like they're going to do the same thing with Nowhere, because it did play at my local Alamo Draft House for like a week, but it was always at inconvenient times. It was like one showtime a day, and it was like the middle of the week, and it was like 11:15 p.m., and I worked the next day, so I couldn't attend any of those showings. I had to end up watching this movie from a bootleg that a friend of mine sent me, because apparently it's the UK DVD is still pretty easy to get, even though it's out of print, but the US copy is not so much. But I do look forward to Strand putting out a nice Blu-ray of this. They're probably not going to put it out in 4K since they didn't do it for Doom Generation, and that's a slightly more well-known movie. But I look forward to seeing a much better copy and owning a much better copy that might have some extras on it. But I like this one. I would definitely tell you to check it out. As far as Greg Araki, I'd like to look at more of his filmography. I know a lot of it deals with gay issues, and I happen to watch the 3 least gay movies that he's made. Well, not so much. There is a lot of interesting sexuality played with in Nowhere. The main character is bisexual in this, and there's a lot of various kink-associated stuff in this movie. But Smiley Face doesn't really have much of that at all, and White Bird in a Blizzard either. So, yeah. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. There's a couple different actors who appear with Jordan Ladd in multiple movies, so I'm assuming either they're friends or they like to work together. And Nowhere started Ladd's team up with Rachel True. Just looking through the filmography right now as I go through them. It actually started with Embrace the Vampire. She's in that one as well. So Rachel True and Jordan Ladd have been in a couple movies together. I'm just looking at my phone here to make sure I don't forget them. But Embrace the Vampire, they're in it together. Nowhere, they're in it together. There's a TV movie I'll discuss later called Stage Fright. They're in that together. That might have an alternate title, but Stage Fright's the one I watched. And then there's also a movie called Good Grief that I'll discuss later that they're also in together. So they've done a decent number of films together that stretch from the 90s up until almost the present. So it seems like they have a long-standing collaboration, or at least they've been involved in a lot of projects together. Just wanted to point that out because there's a handful of collaborators that Ladd has worked with more often than not, and Rachel True is definitely probably the biggest one. It's either her or Serena Vincent. We'll go into a little bit as well. So just wanted to mention that as well. Weapons of Mass Distraction, 1997. This is a film I wasn't able to find to watch. It's a TV movie, got nominated for an Emmy or two as well, and it appears to be about like some people jockeying for position of or ownership of a football team, and it's like a media sports satire. I wasn't able to find much about this movie. As far as Jordan Ladd's role in it is concerned, this is going to take me on a little bit of a tangent. As far as I know, she's only in one scene of the movie for like 10 seconds. And it's like a behind-the-scenes filming thing where there's like maybe a movie or a TV commercial being filmed within the movie, and all she really does is take off her robe and she's in her underwear, so she's basically a glorified extra in the movie. I don't know if there was stuff that was cut out, but the only reason I know this is because of this weird little dirty secret that sort of exists involving movies and nude scenes involving actors, female actors usually. Even though Ladd is not nude in this movie, but she is in underwear. So there are websites out there that all they do is they clip clips of usually female actors in either nude scenes, sex scenes, or scantily clad scenes. And they basically just put those up, sometimes for free, sometimes with ads, sometimes with a paid subscription. Mr. Skin is probably the most famous of these because it got a verbal shout-out in the movie Knocked Up. But it's a little weird because, you know, if you're an actor and you sign up and agree to do a nude scene or a sex scene or just any sort of intimate scene, you're doing it specifically for that work in the context of the work and because you believe it fits in with the work. Even if it's like a movie that just has like gratuitous nudity, like a Full Moon movie or whatever, you're still doing it because of that film. Otherwise, you would just, you know, be in Playboy or do shots in OnlyFans or whatever is big these days. But there's an audience of people who don't care about the full-on film and they just want to see, you know, an attractive nude actor naked. And so these sites exist that sort of clip them and compile them and categorize them and catalog them. But this does seem like it's copyright infringement, no? And so if anyone who's on YouTube knows that if you infringe on copyright, especially if it's not fair use, and I don't think clipping a nude scene and just labeling it as fair use if you're not talking about the movie or the nude scene or its role in the movie or nude scenes in general, you're not doing any sort of commentary on it. It's just like, here's a scene from the movie. That's copyright infringement. So these studios, they could be fighting to take them down. I mean, obviously if some of these sites are hosted outside of the US, then that becomes its whole thing. But usually movie studios will tamp down on copyright infringement, but this seems to be one of those things that movie studios look the other way on, and it might just be out of a weird belief that if they allow these sites to operate with a wink and a nod, that people will go to them looking for these nude scenes, and then that will somehow direct them to the movie itself, and then that will increase traffic to their streaming service, or back in the day to VOD rentals or whatever. I don't think that argument suffices, because I'm not sure who's going to go look for just like a plain nude scene in a movie and be like, that looks good, I want to see the full movie around that. I think those are different audiences. Someone who's just going directly to that versus someone who cares about the movie in general. So I think the movie studios are purposefully being ignorant and looking the other way. Otherwise, they could easily shut this shit down, because none of these sites, I don't think, are paying a licensing fee to the studio to show these. The only other instance I can think of something even remotely like this is how Disney, which owns Marvel, which owns The Punisher, does nothing to try and tamp down on all of the copyright infringement over the Punisher skull that's used in right-wing media. In fact, in Clint Eastwood's American Sniper, I believe they agreed to the licensing to allow the Punisher skull in that, but there's all these like right-wing neo-Nazi groups and whatever that have sort of embraced the skull because they don't know anything about the fucking Punisher character, and they sort of misunderstand what that character is and what he is about. So as a fan of Punisher and the Punisher comics, that pisses me off to no end. And Disney doesn't, they look the other way, so there's tons of bootleg Punisher Skull merchandise and everything that Disney does nothing about. And I feel like it's something similar that goes on with these sites that sort of clip on nude scenes. And Weapons of Mass Distraction isn't the only movie of Jordan Ladd's where the only thing I was able to find about it was a clip of her because her role in the movie has some sort of sexual content in it, which is it's skeevy. Look, I'm a pervert. I like seeing attractive women naked, but it seems wrong to me that if an actor agrees to a nude scene for a film, and it's meant for the context of that film, to just sort of clip it out in isolation without the permission, it just seems a little weird and skeevy to me, and it seems like studios could take legal action against that and don't. But as far as this movie, again, I know very little about it because I can't find it to watch, even though the premise does sound vaguely interesting, so even if Jordan Ladd is only in it for 10 seconds, I'd still like to see it. So I would just... so I just kind of went on a tangent there about, these sites that clip nude scenes, because I don't have much to talk about the movie, because I haven't seen it yet. Stand-ins, 1997. I was able to watch this movie on Tubi. Stand-ins is a period piece. It was adapted from a play, and it all takes place in one location, so that's kind of obvious. It is very stagey in how it looks. And it's about female stand-ins in old Hollywood. A stand-in, if you're not a huge movie person, I don't know why you're watching this if you're not, but if you're not a huge movie person, a stand-in is someone who takes the place of one of the principal actors on set when the principal actor doesn't have to be on camera, so for coverage on the other actor or standing around before filming for lighting purposes. They're usually the same basic height and build of the principal actor, and so they can be used in place to get a scene ready or for the other actor who's actually being shot to play off of when they're doing their lines, that sort of thing. But it's about the stand-ins of a bunch of famous old Hollywood actresses. And it goes through kind of the normal stuff that you'd expect from this, where it contrasts the young ingenues who still have hope with the old hands at this who have become bitter and jaded. And they basically sort of discuss general issues around being a female actress or a female stand-in in Hollywood. So it goes in with sexism and sexual harassment and stuff that is still pretty relevant in Hollywood today, but it puts it into this time frame. The movie's in color. I think it would have benefited from being in black and white because of what the subject matter is. But it's got a pretty good cast. Aside from Ladd, you have the one major male cast member is Costas Mandylor, who's probably most famous for the Saw sequels, and he's in here as the bartender of this closed private reception club that the stand-ins are coming to hang out and talk in. He has a difficult job kind of hiding his accent, but it's fine. You also have Katherine Heigl in her early role. Daphne Zuniga from Spaceballs and Melrose Place and Gross Anatomy is in here as one of the more jaded actresses. And Ladd plays the stand-in of Betty Davis. And for the first 45 minutes of this pretty short movie, she's kind of the main focus or the star. And then she disappears in the second half for a while up until the very end. She gets to use an accent in the movie. It's a Brooklyn accent. She brings this back for a short film much later on in her career called Stanley's Adventures that I'll discuss later. But she does a pretty decent Brooklyn accent, like a Harley Quinn type, or Janine from Ghostbusters, who's a favorite character of mine. So that's pretty cool. And she has her role is pretty interesting as this young ingenue who's still hoping to break out from a stand-in to a principal actor. And because of that, she's looking the other way or allowing herself to be taken advantage of and sort of maybe lying to herself that it's her idea and that she's more okay with it than she actually is. But it's interesting. This is definitely more of, because the stage is very much an actor's medium versus film, which is considered a director's medium. And because this is based on a stage play, this is very much an actor showcase. And so this is one of those films where Ladd is really able to show her acting chops here, where, there's a little bit of comedy in here, there's a lot of drama, there's a lot of pathos. She acquits herself pretty well in this movie. because I have a basic interest in movie making in old Hollywood, some of this did appeal to me, but it doesn't really break a lot of new ground or say anything particularly new or interesting as far as a story that's set around this time that's meant to have modern day, or at least then modern day implications, though they're still modern day now. And it is even though it's on the shorter end as far as its running time, it does kind of, you kind of want it to end a little bit before it does end. But it's okay. It's reasonably decent. I would definitely recommend it if you're a fan of any of the actors in it, because the movie certainly is an acting showcase. But as far as a movie that is about this era and the trauma that these stand-ins go over, or how stand-ins were misused and abused against like these main stars, and all of the different the inside baseball, to use that phrase again, it doesn't deliver as much of that, or at least doesn't deliver it in as interesting of a fashion as I would have liked. And it kind of becomes a little bit par for the course as far as like these different women's like petty jealousies with each other and their clashingness. Some of it feels a little too artificial because they need to create this drama in a short amount of time and everything. But, it's not bad. I really did like that Ladd was able to put on this, like, accent and do it. It's a little bit Betty Boop-ish in there, but it never tips over into, like, parody or anything like that. Plus, I have to imagine that Ladd probably really liked doing this film because her family stretches back into old Hollywood with Alan Ladd, and I had forgotten her name earlier, but Sue Carroll is her grandmother. And so the fact that her family has connections with old Hollywood, I feel like, I don't know for certain, but I feel like perhaps that was pretty valuable to her, or that she probably really enjoyed dipping into that world just as sort of a connection to, her older relatives there. But yeah, I mean, mostly it was my my love of Ladd that sort of kept me invested in the film. But because she does disappear for a while, that second half it dragged for me a little bit more than the first. But yeah, she is really, really good in this. I just sort of wish, I don't know, I think this probably should have stayed a play. I don't really think it needed to be a movie, and if it needed to be a movie, or if it was going to become a movie, it should have been opened up a little bit, like maybe have some extra scenes that actually take place on a movie set, or at least flashbacks to it, or whatever, just so you can see a little bit more of the world outside of just the dialogue and the performances. But otherwise, it might be worth checking out. It's sort of like a borderline, almost good movie. Every Mother's Worst Fear, 1998. I wasn't able to see this one. I couldn't find it for streaming or watching anywhere. But it's a TV movie. Jordan Ladd plays a girl who is going through her parents' divorce, apparently, and she thinks she's chatting with someone of a similar age to her over the internet. But it's actually Jefferson from Married with Children. Was it Ted McGinley or whatever his name is? And it also stars Cheryl Ladd as Jordan Ladd's character's mother. Wasn't able to see it, so I can't really speak to it that much. It is kind of interesting that she started out, Jordan Ladd started out doing sort of walk-ons in some of her mom's TV movies, and then in this one, it appears like she is one of the lead characters. It does still seem like, since the title is Every Mother's Worst Fear, I assume Cheryl Ladd as the mother is more the protagonist here, and she's trying to protect her, but it's kind of interesting that after a couple movies under her belt, she was doing another one of these. But it seems just from the log line and from what I can look into it, like your typical generic Lifetime TV movie, like fear-baiting movie, the kind of TV movie that is aimed at middle-aged housewives so that they can be afraid of what could happen, all the scare tactics and things like that. But without seeing it, I can't tell if it's of the normal, low quality of a TV movie, or if it's a little bit elevated or anything, but I'm interested to see it just because, unlike the earlier TV movies I discussed where Cheryl Ladd is more of the star than she is, it does seem like Jordan Ladd is given a beefier plot, or a beefier role, rather, in this movie, in tandem with the plot, so, I'll seek it out. Never Been Kissed, 1999. This may come as a surprise, but I had never seen this movie before this year when I was doing this project. I think it's because it came out in 1999. In 99, I was either 15 or 16, depending on the part of the year. And it just wasn't a time where I was interested in these sort of female-aimed teen romantic comedies, you know? In 1999, now, the movies that I was, like, excited to go see were, like, Office Space and American Beauty and Fight Club and stuff like that. It wasn't Never Been Kissed. This film was sort of in the midst of that late 90s, mid to late 90s trend where the female-aimed teen comedy had made a comeback. Because obviously in the 80s, you had the John Hughes movies, and those were sort of the quintessential teen movies that are kind of considered classics now. And then in the 90s, they were a little bit different. You could probably point to maybe Clueless, which I think came out in 95. That sort of kick-started this other trend of female-aimed teen comedies that were kind of coming of age and a little silly. So different movies that you had along this type. You had like 10 Things I Hate About You, She's All That, Bring It On, stuff like that was starting to come out. And at the time, in the 90s, I wasn't particularly interested in any of these movies. And a couple... 10 Things I Hate About You I've still never seen, mostly because I never liked Heath Ledger, which I know is sacrilege to say now because he's been passed away for a while. But, yeah, I just wasn't into this type of movie at the time. Nowadays, it's fine, because like in the early 2000s, I went to go see Mean Girls, because Mean Girls was being compared to like a softer edge type Heathers, and I'm a huge fan of Heathers. And so after that, I was a little bit more okay with going into seeing these movies that were aimed at women as opposed to me and stuff like that. But Never Been Kissed, it was a star vehicle for Drew Barrymore. As I mentioned in some of the earlier segments, this was around the time that Drew Barrymore was making that specific pivot away from the Poison Ivy, you know, Playboy, bad girl type Drew Barrymore into the wholesome girl next door Drew Barrymore that she has continued on into the present, at least before the writer's strike. And she plays an adult journalist who ends up going undercover at a high school to write about the high school experience. The plot is a little reminiscent of stuff like Just One of the Guys, though that had a specific gender swap aspect that isn't here, and so some people might consider more of that Amanda Bynes soccer movie, where she's also doing a gender swap to go undercover kind of thing. Or what was the one? Ladybugs with Rodney Dangerfield. There was a lot of like weird people going undercover as the other gender in schools for various reasons, usually sports related at this time frame. But it has a little bit of that, and she's going undercover as she works for the Chicago Sun-Times, Roger Ebert's newspaper. And in the course of the film, she is a kind of a nerd and an outcast. And then she sort of moves into popularity as these things go. And one of the main plots of the movie, or one of the main story threads of the movie, is that she has this English teacher, played by the guy from Alias. And the English teacher is an adult, and he's engaged, but he's definitely attracted to Josie, who is Drew Barrymore's character. Now, it's made okay because the Drew Barrymore character is actually an adult and is only pretending to be a teenage girl. But it's still very odd that a lot of the movie is about this adult teacher who is very clearly wanting to break up with his fiancée to date his teenage student. He never crosses any lines in the movie, so that should be said. But it's still weird. Like, they go on a Ferris wheel together in a scene that apparently two of the Red Letter Media guys are extras in. So that's a little odd. And then you compound that with David Arquette plays the 20-something-year-old older brother of Josie. And he also goes undercover into the high school to give some of his popularity cachet to Josie so she can write more from the popular kid perspective for the newspaper. And he ends up kind of in a relationship with like a 16-year-old girl. And the 16-year-old girl later in the movie wants to sleep with him. And David Arquette's character really is thinking about it. And there's just a lot of weird humor in this movie about papering over these like relationships between underage people or who are perceived as underage people and adults. And it's the most weirdly not aged well part of this movie. For what is ultimately a pretty cute kind of movie as far as these things go. So in the movie, Jordan Ladd specifically plays one of these three popular girls. Like, you could call them, like, the mean girls or whatever, because they're a little kind of jerky and whatever, and then some of that drops away. All three of the girls are ditzy, and what's interesting in this film is that all three of the girls are pretty much at the same level. Usually in a movie like this, there'll be like a group of 3 or 4 girls, and there'll be a very clear hierarchy, like the main Heather and Heathers, or Regina George in Mean Girls. And this one, all 3 are basically on the same level. I don't think any of them rank higher than the other as far as like the power dynamics of this group. And they're mostly there just for humorous effect. The Jordan Ladd character specifically makes a joke about like starving herself or eating disorders to get in shape for the prom. Casual eating disorder humor was really big in the 80s and 90s. When I rewatched National Lampoon's European Vacation quasi-recently, not that recently because I was showing it to my fiance at the time, who I haven't talked to in over a year, so it wasn't that recently, but it struck me that there was weird amounts of like female body shaming and eating disorder humor in that movie, and there's a little bit of that in here. But Jordan Ladd is quite funny in it. She's basically playing partially ditzy, partially mean, popular girl. And because I was watching this in the year that the Barbie movie came out, there is a scene where they go to the dance, and the dance has a certain theme, and all 3 of the popular girls dress as different types of Barbie, like Malibu Barbie and whatever Barbie, and that's pretty funny. But yeah, Ladd is definitely one of those 3 supporting characters. I would hesitate, but I think she actually gets the most lines of the 3 of them, and maybe the most screen time of them. But I didn't clock it with a stopwatch or anything to make sure. But all 3 are basically on the same level. But it's a cute movie. It's a funny movie. There's parts of it that have kind of poorly aged, and it follows your basic typical tropes of this type of movie. You have Lily Sobieski plays like the nerdy girl who is the legitimate friend of Josie, and then Josie leaves her behind when she gets into the popular clique. That's similar to something like in Mean Girls, where the Lindsay Lohan character hangs out with what's her name? Lizzie Sennett, the girl from Masters of Sex and True Blood, and recently Cobweb. Not Sennett, Lizzie something. I'm forgetting her name now. But yeah, and then she moves over and leaves like the genuine friend behind. That's a trope in all these movies where the non-popular character becomes popular, and you know, they have ethical stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great, but I thought Never Been Kissed was a cute movie. It was a good movie. I know lots of people in my age bracket who grew up with the movie have a certain amount of nostalgia for it. The director was Raja Gosnell, who has gone on to become kind of a director everyone thinks is terrible. I think he did the 2 live-action Scooby-Doo movies, and he did the Smurfs movies, a couple of the Smurfs movies. He might have done some of the Alvin and the Chipmunks. So he's kind of stayed in like this bad family movie comedy box as far as things go, and this was definitely more of that typical of the time female-aimed teen girl comedy type thing, of which some of these movies broke the mold. Alexander Payne's Election was kind of marketed as one of these movies, and it was released by MTV Films, but it's definitely not one of these movies in terms of subject matter or attitude or tone or anything like that. But you had a lot of these types of movies around that time, and so it fits very snugly in that genre. And it's interesting that some of these genres happened in tandem, and so they sort of swapped a lot of the same on-screen talent. Because on top of these teen comedies, you later had the more male-aimed teen sex comedies, and that came about a year later. Well, actually the same year as this. Never Been Kissed was 99, American Pie was also 99, I think a little bit later in the year. If I recall correctly, Never Been Kissed was in the spring, and American Pie was like a June or July summer release. But yeah, that kicked off the male-aimed teen sex comedy of like your road trip and stuff like that, old school. And then you also had the neo slashers, the post-Scream teen slashers that used a lot of the same teen group. Like David Arquette is in this, David Arquette is in Scream. You had a lot of the same people in a lot of these movies. Basically, it was the whole like CW, WB, UPN teen talent where they were far more attractive than the 20-somethings playing teens in the 80s for those slasher movies. And this kind of continued on for a while there. And Jordan Ladd was definitely, knee-deep in this one, where she did the horror movies a little bit later that I'll discuss, and she was in these comedies like here, so, yeah. But Never Been Kissed, it was a cute movie. Yeah, I didn't love it, but I liked it. It was fun enough. Junked, 1999. This is a movie I wasn't able to find. I could not find it anywhere to watch. I was able to find one scene online, and I'll talk about that in a little bit. But ultimately, this movie, I just couldn't find it to watch. But it is a movie starring Thomas Jane, who would later become, the Punisher and all that. And he apparently plays a bisexual male sex worker. And it's something about him and the relationship with his sister, and I believe Jordan Ladd plays his sister. It has terrible reviews, the few reviews of it that exist on Letterboxd and IMDb. And the only scene I was able to find is a scene on one of those websites I mentioned earlier that only clips like sex scenes or whatever. And it's a scene of Jordan Ladd's character being sexually assaulted. And, yeah. First of all, it's very odd that these websites that exist, and all they do is clip these like sex and scantily clad and nude scenes, presumably for people to, would put a sexual assault scene that doesn't have any nudity in it as one of the scenes they clip. That's very skeevy. But aside from that, I wasn't able to find anything about this movie. It seems like it doesn't seem to exist in many places. I don't know if it got a DVD release. It certainly didn't get a Blu-ray release. It's not streaming anywhere. There might be a rip of it floating around somewhere because somebody ripped it to put that scene on one of those websites. But yeah, I wasn't able to find anything about it. Like a lot of the other movies I haven't been able to find from her filmography, I'd be curious to see it, especially because it's also an early movie of Thomas Jane's, and with the extremely negative reaction the movie got, I am just curious, but maybe it's been purposefully buried by the rights owners or people involved with it, I don't know. But Taking the Plunge, 1999. This is a short film. I was able to find it because the director uploaded it to her personal YouTube channel. What's weird about that is she uploaded 2 different versions of the short to her YouTube channel. One of which is the full short, which is about 15 minutes, in pretty decent quality. It looks like either a low-end DVD rip or a high-end VHS rip. It's not the best quality, certainly watchable though. And then she also uploaded a completely unwatchably blocky, horrible copy of a 5-minute cut of the short. And I only know this because I watched that one first before I found the other one on my same YouTube search. But stupid me clicking the first link, so, So if you go looking for the short film and you type in, like, Taking the Plunge short film in YouTube, go for that 15-minute one, not the 5-minute one. They're both on the director's same YouTube channel. So Taking the Plunge is mostly about a woman played by Jordan Ladd who is upset that her boyfriend is very obviously cheating on her, and she seems to plan to commit suicide on New Year's Eve of 1999 by jumping off a roof, hence the title. Most of this short is her talking to herself or to the camera as if she were talking to her boyfriend, and then later on it's part of a New Year's Eve party that she's in. There's also a concurrent storyline about a guy who is also planning to kill himself, but that's not as interesting as the Jordan Ladd part of it. This short screams quirky indie comedy. Even though it came out in 99, it feels like something from the early 90s, where it has a very Kevin Smith, Richard Linklater feel to it. It's just the editing style and the way it's shot and some of the dialogue that's in it. It feels very much like a few years before 1999. And it also reminded me of there was a movie that came out in the late 90s, well, mid to late 90s, called If Lucy Fell. And it was sort of a romantic comedy, and it was about these two opposite-sex best friends, one of whom was played by Sarah Jessica Parker, the other was played by the film's writer-director. I can't remember his name, Eric something. And it's basically like if they reach a certain age, I think it was maybe 30, and they're not with anyone, that they'll commit suicide together. And of course, just me describing that log line, you can obviously understand or get to the point that they end up together. That's just what's going to happen. The only reason I remember that movie, or the only reason I also even watched that movie in the 90s, was because the guy who wrote and directed it was one half of the two guys in this sitcom on Fox that no one remembers that I really liked at the time called Two Something, T-O-O something. Later on, they changed the name of the sitcom because they held a contest to the viewers to come up with a new name, and the new name they came up with was New York Daze, D-A-Z-E. Show ended up still getting canceled after like 1 or 2 seasons. But I had liked that show. I don't know why, and I haven't seen it since I was like 12, so, you know. But I ended up watching this movie because that guy was in it. And also that guy, he later made a dramedy about people with eating disorders called Starved that appeared on FX when FX first launched as a cable network. And it was like the 8 o'clock show, and this little show called It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia premiered at 9. Starved only lasted like 1 season. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia 20-something years later is still on the air, so, you know. What I liked about Starved is that it dealt with eating disorders, and even though it was a dramedy, it still dealt with eating disorders in a fairly responsible way. And it also dealt a lot with men with eating disorders, which you almost never see in a movie or TV show, so, I don't know. But If Lucy Fell is the worst of those 3 projects, by the way. But because of the romantic comedy mixed with suicide angle, there's the 90s, it did... Taking the Plunge reminded me slightly of that, even though the tone is very different. If Lucy Fell plays out like a traditional romantic comedy, like a Harry Met Sally type thing, and Taking the Plunge is way more 90s quirky. Jordan Ladd is good in it, especially because she has to deliver some not very normal dialogue or very realistic dialogue. It's very stylized and you could argue overwritten. There's one line as a communist that I really liked. It was something along the lines of, do you remember back in Leningrad where we screwed for days and I ended up getting an infection or something along those lines?
Remember Leningrad? You screwed my brains out till I got that weird infection and had to pee every 3 seconds while dashing through the Hermitage.
When the Soviet Union fell. So it seemed like a very specific dialogue choice to say Leningrad and not St. Petersburg. But yeah, it's fine. I didn't like it all that much, but I didn't dislike it either. There's definitely stuff about it I liked, and because I'm slightly nostalgic for that quirky 90s time period, it did sort of scratch that nostalgic itch, and Ladd is very good in it. But I didn't quite get what the point of it was. It seems like it's just kind of quirky and cute for the sake of being quirky and cute and off-kilter a little bit in that safe 90s way. But yeah, I'd say, like, if you like short films and you're just kind of interested in a short film that has that particular feel, or if you're a big Jordan Ladd fan like I am, it's worth seeking out. You can watch it on YouTube for free. It's only 15 minutes. What's the harm? Check it out. Best Actress, 2000. Wasn't able to find this one to watch either. But Best Actress was a TV movie. Specifically, I believe it was the first original TV movie for the E! Network. I don't know, does anybody watch E! anymore? Back in like the 90s and the 2000s, the E! Network was kind of like if Entertainment Tonight were 24 Hours, or Access Hollywood, or one of those shows. They had like movie news, but the movie news was very heavily filtered through like a studio PR lens. they had an entire half an hour show that was nothing but showing movie trailers, back before YouTube was a thing. So you could watch the show and see all of the new trailers if you didn't see them in theaters. I think it was called like Coming Attractions or whatever. They had E! News with Jules Asner, who ended up getting married to the director Steven Soderbergh, and Steve Kometko. Anyone remember Steve Kometko? I watched a lot of E! back then. They had the E! True Hollywood Story, which is like the VH1 behind the music of the movie world, and they had stuff like that. And then they had, reality show garbage was mixed in there too. And, it later on, it sort of moved away from, like, the Entertainment Weekly of TV networks to something that was closer to Bravo. In Bravo itself, Bravo used to be like an arts and independent film channel before it became an independent or a cable channel solely aimed at women and gay men for reality shows, which is, weird. By the way, somebody was upset at me years ago when I put my Dave's Faves video about Exotica, which is one of my all-time favorite movies, at Adam Agoyan, and I described the Bravo network that way, and they claimed that I was being prejudiced because I said that only those type of people would like Bravo programming. I was kind of doing that in like a humorous effect. Obviously, other people can like Bravo. I'm just saying that most of their demographic is women and gay men. Those are the main demographics who watch Real Housewives and the stuff that's on Bravo. It's what their demographics are. It's what the advertisers who pay for stuff is on there. It's the reason why if I take online surveys for Peacock Viewers Choice and I say I don't watch Bravo, they cut me off because they only want Bravo shit. But anyway, I'm just saying that if you're a straight man or a lesbian or non-binary or whatever and you like Bravo programming, it's I'm not meaning to say anything bad about you. I'm not meaning to erase you. I'm just saying that's what the demographic of Bravo normally is. But Bravo used to be a hoity-toity arts and independent film channel that was aimed at like snooty people who go to the opera. But yeah, so in 2000, E! was still making that transition away from being like Entertainment Tonight, basically, and into reality trash and whatever. Yeah, because this was about the time that E! had like Talk Soup, and they had all of those shows. So if you were like a teenager or in your 20s or even a kid during this time and you watched the E! Network, that's what this E! Network was. And so they ended up making this movie. They made a couple other original movies. I remember there was one called Becoming Dick that had Bob Saget and Robert Wagner and Harland Williams, I think his name was. They had a couple. E! tried this like original TV movie thing for a little bit, and then they abandoned it, I think. But this was about that time. And Best Actress, I think, was the first one. The plot of it just seems to be about some sort of investigation or mystery involving 5 Best Actress nominees, and Jordan Ladd plays one of them. I wasn't able to find much about this movie, so I don't know if the tone is meant to be comedic or whatever. But yeah, I guess as far as being E!'s first original TV movie, it has some historical significance there. But otherwise, it seems to be mostly forgotten, and I couldn't find it to watch anywhere to judge for myself. So that's that. The Deadly Look of Love, 2000. This is a TV movie, and I kind of grade TV movies on a curve, because most TV movies are bad. I'm just going to say that. Most TV movies are bad. I have often been quoted as saying that Lifetime movies are the lowest form of human entertainment. So when there's one that I don't hate, it's very surprising. And Ladd ended up making a few that I didn't hate, and this is one of them. The Deadly Look of Love is kind of an interesting, kind of off-kilter TV movie, and it's sort of part of that genre of like the crazy mistress who won't take no for an answer, and Ladd is that mistress. But unlike Fatal Attraction or any of those movies, this, unlike Candle Rocks the Cradle or any of those type of movies, she's not like crazy with anger, she's crazy with denial. Like her character is very much comes across like a 1950s ingenue, like a gee whiz type feeling. Like, I was very much reminded of the Naomi Watts character from the bulk of Mulholland Drive before that ending part. She's very much channeling that type of ingenue, innocent thing. but she's channeling it as this crazy psycho mistress. Now, in a lot of these movies, the mistress is considered the villain, and it's like, even after this guy has cheated on his partner and has used this woman, how dare this woman not accept that she is just being used, kind of thing. So that's why there's been like a feminist reevaluation of Fatal Attraction and some of these other movies like that. And this is kind of the thing where the lad character in this movie is also manipulated and wronged. The guy like leads her on and everything. And then when she won't take no for an answer, even though she is a little not all there in the noggin, she is more sympathetic than the guy is. But there's an interesting amount of like quirkiness and humor to this, and Ladd plays it very well because she has to capture this very specific tone for this character who is fairly detached from reality. And she definitely has to come across like she doesn't know she's doing anything wrong. And there's even like a hypnosis sequence that also goes into that as well. So she has to be like, she can't come across as like vindictive or manipulative. She just has to come across as she's been wronged and she doesn't quite understand it. And so she ends up taking her revenge in a very aw shucks sweet way that just hurts the guy more than if she were just trying to stab him, type of thing. I kind of contribute the oddness of this movie and sort of the quirky sense of humor to the fact that it's co-written by Mark Frost, of all people. Mark Frost is the co-creator of Twin Peaks, and you can definitely sense that Lynchian, Peaksian vibe to at least the lad character in this movie, if not the movie itself. But the movie definitely has a very interesting, off-kilter sense of humor to it that ended up winning me over for someone who doesn't normally like these types of movies. And I will say, the first third of the movie is kind of the slowest, and then the meat of the movie is that second act. And then the third act is mostly like this criminal trial where Ladd's character is put on trial and all of this stuff kind of goes on. But so I'd say that second act is where sort of the meat and the most fun stuff in the movie is. But overall, as far as a TV movie, again, grading this on a TV movie curve, I had fun watching this one. I thought this was pretty good, and Ladd is very, very good in it. Like, this is a very strong performance from her to nail this particular tone for this particular character in this particular film. I imagine it could not have been easy to put yourself into this, like, aw shucks, like almost Marilyn Monroe-esque character that is also, following up on the tropes of the crazy mistress from the movies that are inspired by like erotic thrillers, which this doesn't fit into. So yeah, I found this pretty amusing. I was able to find this movie on Tubi, so if you don't mind the ads, it's freely available to watch there, at least as far as I last checked. The Specials, 2000. Oh boy, The Specials is a movie I've always really liked. I was a big fan of what I'll call pre-mainstream or pre-studio James Gunn. My favorite Troma movie is Tromeo and Juliet, which he wrote and kind of sort of helped direct. And then following that, Gunn made a lot of very interesting, darkly humored, kind of edgy stuff before he got into studio work. So I believe this was one of his first scripts, because he's a screenwriter on this movie, and he also plays one of the characters, Minute Man, a man who can kind of like shrink himself, so basically like the Ant-Man or what's that guy, the Atom from Black Adam. So he's that kind of character. But then, later on, James Gunn, he wrote a novel called The Toy Collector, which I really liked, and that's a really dark novel about a drug addict kind of person who does a lot of horrible things to get money to buy collectible toys, and it seems to be a rumination on back when James Gunn himself was an addict of sorts. But then he wrote and directed Slither. He did that movie Super, the Shut Up Crime movie. He did a lot of like interesting stuff that was like horror or horror adjacent. But then he also wrote the Scooby-Doo movies. So, in fairness, that first Scooby-Doo movie, directed by the guy who directed Never Been Kissed, was originally meant to be like a PG-13 Austin Powers type movie. And then the studio decided to cut it down to a PG and make it more family-friendly, and then the sequel ended up being just completely from the start family-friendly. But originally that first movie was meant to be more of like a adult-aimed PG-13, and supposedly there was a version of that movie that even got an R rating at the MPAA. There was probably a joke that crossed too much of a line there, but nope, PG. But the specials is kind of interesting to look at in hindsight based on who else is involved. So obviously, James Gunn became much bigger once he got Guardians of the Galaxy and did the stuff for DC, and now he's the executive in charge of DC Films, along with Peter Safran. Peter Safran, who is also a producer on the specials. So this was, for those of you who are big fans of DC or curious about what DC is doing, this quirky, R-rated, raunchy at sometimes comedy about superheroes is technically the first movie I can find that teamed up James Gunn and Peter Safran. And then you have the director, who is Craig Mazin. Craig Mazin, of course, built his career making very bad comedies, but lately he's more known for Chernobyl and The Last of Us, and most recently, or coming up, he co-wrote the Borderlands movie that Eli Roth made, and he apparently took his name off of it, and now there's a pseudonym in place. Now, Mazin claims that the pseudonym who is credited from the WGA as co-writing it with Eli Roth is not him, but if you Google the name, they have no other credits, and they don't appear anywhere, and we know for a fact that Craig Mazin worked on the script. There was also some uncredited rewrites by, like, the guy who made The Idol and Euphoria, Sam Levinson. So there was uncredited rewrites by a bunch of other people, but it does appear that Craig Mazin pulled an Alan Smithy on Borderlands, especially considering all of the bad buzz and reshoots behind that movie. But it doesn't come out till June. We'll find out what happened with it. Thanksgiving shot later, it came out first. We'll talk about that later, too. But The Specials is basically a superhero movie where you don't see any of the superheroes doing traditionally superhero stuff. It is about a group of, like, 7th or 8th string superheroes, and it's about their basic petty squabbles and their interpersonal drama involved, as well as like their attempts to be like marketed and have action figures on them and how that doesn't go well. And it's an interesting take on the superhero movie because, you know, superhero movies, they can be like dark and deconstructionist like Watchmen and the graphic novel that inspired it, or they can be satirical and still involve superhero stuff like The Boys and Gen V and that sort of thing. And this is more of a, if you just made an indie comedy and the characters happen to be superheroes and you barely see any of their superpowers displayed on screen. It's kind of an interesting low-budget take on this. And it's a film with a very interesting cast. You got like Thomas Hayden Church, you got Rob Lowe, James Gunn is in it, Judy Greer. It's a very interesting, Sean Gunn is in it as well. It's a very interesting cast. And for my money, it's pretty funny. I revisited the film for this project, even though I had seen it many times before. It had been a few years since I'd watched it. I still have the old DVD of it. I think it still holds up. It's still a pretty funny movie. It's Craig Mazin doesn't do the best job directing it. It has a very flat style as far as direction. It basically, the directing style is pretty much the same as a lot of very, very low-budget movies. Like, movies that have an even lower budget than The Specials did usually look like this. It is, I hesitate to call it an ugly movie because it's not, like, repulsive to look at, but it is not a nice-looking movie at all. It's, the direction is very much not up to snuff. And I don't remember specifically comments that James Gunn has made about it, and certainly comments that he made about it before his social media and his answers to people got way more studio-ish and sanitized. He used to be very vocal and open, but then he got in trouble for some of his edgier jokes, and now he's a lot more careful about what he says in public these days. But I vaguely remember him saying that he wasn't particularly happy with how the specials came out, mostly because of, like, direction stuff. But as far as the script goes, the script is solid, and it's very, very funny, and I like the approach it takes. Jordan Ladd's character is a superhero who is very new and very green, and she joins the superhero group for the first time. And so she's sort of the plucky, up-and-coming ingenue in this movie. And she's very good in it. She's very cute. Her character is definitely meant to be cute. But there's a scene I really liked where there's a character who doesn't seem to be very bright, and she goes up to make small talk with him at the punch bowl, and he says some, like, asinine stuff. And I like how Ladd plays her character as being very put off and upset by him, but still trying to play it off very nicely. And it's done in an interesting way that I thought came across as very authentic, where it's like a nice character is still trying to be nice to someone they find completely off-putting, but they're still trying to be polite. That part stood out to me watching it going forward. I guess I should mention here that a lot of these movies, they find an excuse to put Ladd in scanty clothing. Taking the plunge, like half of that short film, she's in just like a bra and jeans. And in this film, the first time you see her during the opening credits, it's in her underwear, sort of like looking at herself in the mirror and like judging her own body. And it sort of pointed out to me that, like, one, I didn't necessarily notice this as a trend watching her movies when I was in my early 20s, because I was a horny asshole. But watching it now, it's very odd. Well, it's not really odd, because it's easy to explain, that a lot of these movies found an excuse to find her as a very attractive actress and put her in the least amount of clothing possible if they had an excuse for it. It's just kind of an interesting thing. I remember a backlash to this happening with, I believe it was Alice Eve in Star Trek Into Darkness, where there's a scene where she's changing, and I think Captain Kirk turns around, and she's like, "Do you mind?" and it shows her in her underwear, and people were pretty much like, there's no reason why this has to be in the movie. And so I think between the backlash to that and some similar parts in movies, and the advent of things like intimacy coordinators and stuff like that in movies and the Me Too movement, I think there's been a little bit more of a cognizance about not doing that unless it's absolutely necessary for the film. Like, it makes sense for the specials because it's showing this character who is, like, unsure about herself, and her movie's character arc is about sort of like getting to accept her and accept her specialness and all that stuff. But in other movies, it's not as needed for the movie. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. But I still find The Specials to be a very funny movie. It is held back by the low budget and the kind of ugly direction and look of it. But I still very much like it. And as far as, like, James Gunn's filmography before he went all mainstream in studio, I do like it as a good example of how he treats character and what his general sense of humor was, or what his humor used to be back when he did stuff like this. But yeah, I've always liked it quite a bit, even though it definitely has its drawbacks. But I like The Specials, and Ladd is very good in it. Puzzled and The Perfect You. These two projects aren't related, but I'm going to cover them in the same segment because I don't have much to say about them because I couldn't watch any of them. Puzzled is a short film that I can't find almost no information about. There's like one rating for it on Letterboxd. I don't know what the plot is. All I know is that Jordan Ladd is in it, and Dana Ashbrook from Bobby from Twin Peaks is also in it. But I have no idea. I have no information about it. So it's a short film. It's from 2001. No clue. And then The Perfect You is from 2002. It is a Jenny McCarthy vehicle that I could not find to watch. and it seems to be about a writer or a wannabe writer who's waiting in New York City, lands a job as a reporter, and there's a romantic comedy involved. Couldn't find it to watch, don't know much information about it, but I'm looking at my phone here. Drea Di Matteo is in it from The Sopranos. Jordan Ladd is listed pretty low on the cast list, so I assume she didn't have much of a big role anyway in it. But I don't have much to say about it because I couldn't find it to watch, but it looked like a standard generic romantic comedy. Jenny McCarthy. So growing up, Jenny McCarthy was most famous for two things in the 90s. She was one of the big Playboy models back in the 90s when Playboy models were a big deal. Like this was the era of Anna Nicole Smith and Pamela Anderson, where if you were attractive and busty and blonde in the 90s, you became famous regardless of your acting acumen or anything like that. And then she was also the co-host on this MTV dating show called Singled Out, which was hosted by Chris Hardwick, who would later do House of a Thousand Corpses and all of those like AMC after shows for The Walking Dead and stuff. And he had a little Me Too incident with his ex-fiancée way back when, but he seems to have recovered. His career seems to have recovered from that. So he did At Midnight, that funny internet game show from Comedy Central. But yeah, that was what Jenny McCarthy was mostly known for in the 90s. It was Playboy and Singled Out. And then as time went on, she ended up transitioning into more traditional acting. She had a small role in Basketball, the movie that the South Park guys made with the Zucker brothers that I've always liked, but a lot of people don't. I still find that movie pretty amusing. And yeah, she made a go of it as far as mainstream, either romantic comedies or your post-American Pie, post-Something About Mary, gross-out comedies. Well, the teen sex comedies post-American Pie and the gross-out comedies post-There's Something About Mary were two kind of separate genres. They just kind of overlapped with a couple movies. The gross-out comedy ended up dying out after Tom Cats and Freddy Got Fingered kind of pushed that genre as far as it can and bombed. And then the teen sex comedy wore its way out a couple years later. But then Jenny McCarthy was sort of supplanted by stuff like The Sweetest Thing and some other stuff that, Cameron Diaz would end up making and stuff like that. Nowadays, Jenny McCarthy is mostly known as like an anti-vaccine person, and she's married to Donnie Wahlberg, I think. So that's what happened to her. But as far as this seems to be one of her earlier forays into attempting to become a mainstream actress. And I couldn't find it to watch anywhere, so I don't have much to say about it. And considering how low on the call sheet Jordan Ladd seems to be, I don't expect her to be in more than a couple scenes of it anyway. So, I'm not seeking it out. Darkened Room, 2002. Darkened Room is an 8-minute short directed by David Lynch, and it was made during that time where David Lynch had a website, and he just kind of put out experimental short films. Later on, he would spin some of these short films off into his feature film Inland Empire, which I'll discuss a little bit later. But Darkened Room is, like most David Lynch stuff, it is a little surreal. And while Lynch's feature films, I don't think are as surreal and hard to interpret as other people seem to think they are. Like Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive, Blue Velvet, I think most of these movies are fairly easy to understand. Even Eraserhead, I don't have as much of a problem understanding them as other people do, and I'm a huge David Lynch fan. I mean, anytime people ask me who my favorite directors are, I usually point to the three Davids: Lynch, Cronenberg, Fincher. But his short films can be a little odder and more esoteric. And Darkened Room, most of Darkened Room is about a woman crying in a darkened room, and that's played by Jordan Ladd. And then another woman, played by Serena Vincent, comes in and says some mean things to her. And I have my basic interpretation of what this means. You can go on my Letterboxd and read my short review if you're interested. But I have no clue if my interpretation is any more or less valid than anyone else's. You can easily find the short film on YouTube to watch for yourself, by the way. That's how I watched it. Aside from the fact that Ladd is very good in it, and not wanting to go too much into psychoanalytic analysis of what this means, This just seems to be Lynch playing around with digital cameras and format and figuring out some stuff. This was kind of the era where he was doing that. This was after Mulholland Drive. He gets an Oscar nomination for Best Director. It's after Straight Story, all that stuff. And he's sort of in that period between this and Inland Empire, where he's just kind of futzing about his website, doing some transcendental meditation stuff, David Lynch stuff, How this is kind of interesting in terms of Ladd's filmography is that around this time, Eli Roth was a production assistant or an assistant for David Lynch. And Eli Roth sort of bummed around as a production assistant on some other movies. I think he worked on True Lies, and maybe Meet Joe Black and just some other stuff. Maybe one of those two, maybe not both, I don't know. Both of those filmed in Rhode Island, that's why they come to mind. But I assume it's through both of them working with Lynch that Eli Roth picked Jordan Ladd and Serena Vincent to be in Cabin Fever, which I'll discuss in more detail later, which was his first film. And then later on, Lynch was almost going to be involved with that movie, and Angelo Badalamenti, who is the man who did most of the scores for David Lynch's movies, did a couple music cues for Cabin Fever. So I assume a lot of the building blocks to Cabin Fever, which is arguably Jordan Ladd's breakout movie, were kind of pieced together from the interactions that they all had working with David Lynch on projects such as this. Look, David Lynch's short films can be an acquired taste. Some of them are better than others, and some of them are weirder than others. Darkened Room is not as weird as some of his other ones, but it's still pretty weird. It's still one of those ones that's open to interpretation. It's still a little bit out there. Not much happens on a literal level. It's a Lynch short. But I liked it. I think Ladd does a very good job with the role where she has to be sort of sad and yet kind of hard-edged. She looks directly into the camera in some scenes. She has to be verbally, not abused or berated, but given some negative verbal comments during it. So, yeah, it's... Plus, I have to imagine it's very hard for actors having to be in a short like this where even they probably don't understand it, because Lynch doesn't spell stuff out for his actors, from what I hear, as far as how he directs actors in these sort of surrealistic shorts and everything. So it's interesting. But yeah, I found this on YouTube. If for some reason it wasn't included on the eventual Inland Empire Blu-ray that in 4K that Criterion put out. But yeah, it's a Lynch short. Take that as you will. For mature audiences only, 2002. This is a short film that I wasn't able to find to watch. And in fact, it was one of the number of short films that Jordan Ladd was in that didn't have a Letterboxd listing. Letterboxd pulls their movie listings over from TMDB, I think. It's like a New Zealand site. But it was listed on IMDb. And in fact, a number of the short films I watched that she was in that were listed on IMDb but not on Letterboxd, I'm the one who ended up creating the listings so that they could be on Letterboxd and I could log them. So if you end up following behind me to watch any of these, you're welcome. But I wasn't able to find this one to watch. But apparently Jordan Ladd plays a college girl who thinks someone caught her masturbating, and it's apparently like a comedy about like Catholic guilt and stuff. That's all I can get from the two plot descriptions that are on IMDb for it, but otherwise I can't find a single thing from this short. I would like to watch it though. It sounds like it might be funny. I don't know. But I wasn't able to find it, and the title of the short does kind of make it a little hard to search, because that's just a line that's in different like censorship and ratings guidelines and stuff. So it's not the easiest one to search either. But wasn't able to find it to watch. But if I do come across it, I'm definitely going to watch it, and then I'll have to create a Letterboxd listing to log it. But such as it is. 2002, Cabin Fever. Well, it was listed as 2002, but its theatrical release was in 2003. And I know this because there was a lot of posts this year when it hit its 20th anniversary. And I even went back to my ticket stubs, because I did collect my ticket stubs back when you got more physical ticket stubs, and I still had mine from opening day when I saw it at the Friday matinee show. But Cabin Fever is the big one. This is the movie that I think made Jordan Ladd, maybe if not a household name, then well known within movie circles and people who watch movies, especially genre films. And this was sort of the beginning of her trend as kind of a scream queen, where she did a lot of horror genre projects back to back to back, of which a number of them were notable. But Cabin Fever is the feature directorial debut of Eli Roth, who I mentioned previously. He had worked as a production assistant for David Lynch and some other features and stuff. And it seems like this got made with a little bit of David Lynch's help. Now, I don't know if this story is true, but this is what I heard when I was doing a little bit of research as I revisited this movie, because I always wondered, like, I remember when this movie was announced in the trades and everything, it was announced that David Lynch was going to be a producer or executive producer or what have you, and there were a lot of early articles that were about how Eli Roth was, he used to work for him, and this was sort of like paying back kind of a favor thing. But David Lynch doesn't have a credit on the finished movie. And apparently what happened was this was a low-budget film, and so they had gotten a waiver to not have to use union talent behind the scenes, like Teamsters and stuff, because of the lower budget. Sometimes you get a waiver because, some of these low independent films, they can't afford the union wages and stuff. But then when some of these unions saw that David Lynch's name was attached, they thought it was a bigger movie than it was, and production ended up getting shut down for a while, and it seems like Lynch's name had to be jettisoned from it in order to get production back up or something. I don't know how true that is. That is just the explanation that I found online, because I've always wondered about this, and I went looking again. But Angelo Badalamenti, who does the scores for did the scores before he recently passed away, for a lot of Lynch projects, he did like 3 musical cues for this movie, though I think the actual composer for the rest of it is Tyler Bates, who did a lot of Rob Zombie's movies. So you got that connection there. And then both Ladd and Serena Vincent, who are the 2 female leads of this movie, they both worked with Lynch on that Darkened Room short and maybe some other projects here and there. So I assume that had to deal with some of the casting. And then you had Ryder Strong from Boy Meets World trying to break out there. I know Ryder Strong doesn't really act much these days. He does the convention circuit, and he's more into like directing and stuff now. But, aside from having the world's best porn name for someone who never got to porn, Ryder Strong is a pretty decent lead in this movie. And, it sort of makes me sad that he decided that acting really wasn't for him after a while and went into some other parts of the entertainment industry. But Cabin Fever is a movie that a lot of people love and a lot of people hate, and it was definitely part of the early 2000s boom of horror, where, after Scream came out in 96 and you had a bunch of Scream wannabes that came out in the late 90s and early 2000s, that trend, it sort of went by the wayside, and so what was the next trend going to be? And in the early 2000s, you eventually got to a place where it was torture horror, which is sort of exemplified by Saw and Roth's later films Hostel, when we'll talk about those in a little bit. And you had J-horror, American remakes of J-horror, and those were like the PG-13 ones, and so you got Ring and Grudge and things like that. And then you also had some stuff, the mumblecore horror spin-off that was called Mumblegore. That was a little bit later 2000s, early 2010s. But Cabin Fever was sort of like this big boom of, hey, Lionsgate is picking up a random horror movie, and this is where Lionsgate sort of took over for Dimension as like the number one indie studio for horror movies that were getting like wide releases, because they also did the American release of High Tension around this time and stuff like that. So Lionsgate was the big up-and-comer as far as like, hey, we're an indie studio that's gonna put out these horror movies that we pick up at festivals, and Cabin Fever was one of the earliest ones of those where, they picked it up for a very cheap cost, and then the return on investment was huge because, the marketing was great, and it got the horror press, it got attention, the regular press, and everything. And the movie was also kind of unique in that the villain of the movie, if there can be said to be one, is a flesh-eating disease. It's not a slasher, it's not something supernatural, it's this very disease body horror thing that goes on. And so the fact that that is not something you see in a lot of horror movies anymore, obviously Cronenberg does his body horror, and there are certainly disease movies out there, but this was like a big one that came out of almost nowhere that was very different from the pack at the time. My opinion on the film has always been mixed. I think a lot of people, when it comes to Roth's films, he sometimes lets his sort of like sophomoric frat boy humor get in the way of some of his stuff. There's most of the humor, I think, works in Hostel and Hostel Part 2, but Hostel Part 2 still ends with the kids kicking a decapitated head like a soccer ball. And The Green Inferno has that whole Munchies scene that is a little silly. But Cabin Fever is probably the movie that is the most tonal whiplash of any of Eli Roth's stuff. Where, you have this horrible, really intense, gross disease that you see in some scenes, like the famous scene of the Serena Vincent character shaving her legs and she's shaving off skin and everything. Or the scene where the Ryder Strong character is attempting to finger Jordan Ladd's character in her sleep, which is problematic, and it comes up all the way bloody and everything, but then that's mixed with stuff like the deputy, who is like a sitcom character almost, and the Pancakes kid, which does not work at all for me. There's the weird N-word joke that ends the movie that is still kind of funny in context, but really weird. It's just a movie that I don't think balances humor and horror very well. In a different way than, say, like the Evil Dead movies balance them quite well. The first Evil Dead is a little bit more serious, and the second Evil Dead is just Looney Tunes and everything. And those sort of work because they still feel tonally cohesive. I don't think Cabin Fever ever bridged the gap between those two tones to make a cohesive film. It just feels like it's like you're a pinball just bouncing around the paddles. And I think by the time Roth got to the first Hostel, he sort of realized he needed to rein some of that in. I think if he was influenced by Lynch, I think he may have also done that as well. Because I remember, famously, Roger Ebert wrote a negative review for Blue Velvet, and his big complaint about the movie is that he felt that there was too much like ironic humor that was pulling you away from the drama there. And while the humor in Cabin Fever isn't ironic, it's just broad comedy. For the most part. That's kind of my feeling about Cabin Fever, where the serious stuff really works for me. The serious stuff is great, and the comedy doesn't really work for me fucking at all in the movie. But I might be alone in that one. The movie has a lot of detractors, but I feel like the detractors of Cabin Fever are people who are just detractors of Eli Roth's filmography overall, which I'm not. I like way more of the man's movies than I don't. I've never seen his children's movie, The Clock Behind the Walls one. I should, since Kyle MacLachlan's in it. And the Death Wish remake is, whatever. That was definitely a paycheck movie he took on. But, I like everything else the man has made, regardless of, some of the personal quibbles I might have with him and the political situation going on right now. But I do think this is probably one of his weakest films, and yet it's also one of his most acclaimed and triumphed. So, I don't know. But that might also have to be with the historical context of the movie, where it did begin this sort of indie horror boom in the early 2000s, which then gave way to some of the other stuff, the French New Extremity having a foothold in the United States, the torture horror stuff that started with, Saw was a midnight screening at Sundance. It was an indie horror movie before it became this big franchise, and Lionsgate became the house that Jigsaw made, just like New Line was the house that Freddy built. And so I think because of its historical place in horror, it gets some of those accolades as well. Plus, there was a more serious remake that came out like 10 years after the movie that used the same script and changed it a little bit. And while that movie is more tonally consistent, and I like that part of it, it's just not as good of a movie also. It's lacking a certain something to it that this original has. As far as Jordan Ladd in it, she is the first person of the main group of people, of the 3 guys and 2 women, who gets affected by this disease, and so her deterioration has an emotional kick as well as, just the plain like gore makeup effect kick, which of course is one of the big draws to a movie like this. And I do like the storyline they have for her, where the Ryder Strong character has a huge crush on her, they're platonic friends, and Ladd's character is trying to hint around that he should make a move on her, but he's still a little too nervous to do so. And of course, I mean, Ladd is just gorgeous in the movie, so of course there's that. There's some weird, well, it's not weird for the time, but passive-aggressive gay slurs in the movie. Not the F slur, but just like things like in one scene, Ladd says like "don't be gay" as a pejorative and stuff. And this isn't really a knock against the movie specifically, because this was pretty common in the early 2000s. That we didn't get more tolerant of just passive, like no hate behind it, but it's still hateful kind of comments or whatever. There's some of that in Hostel, but it makes more sense because of who those characters are. In this one, most of the characters are, well, of our main group, most of them are fairly likable. They're not, like, terrible jerks. So, unlike the guys in Hostel who are kind of just cads and assholes. But, yeah, I think I understand why the movie was a hit. I mean, I saw it opening day, so I was really big into it. But in retrospective, and I did revisit the film because it's been a few years since I had seen it prior to this whole project I'm doing, I still have the same problem with it, which is the tonal whiplash. That is the main thing, because half of this movie is like a hardcore, like A movie, like a great horror movie, and half of this is a really shitty comedy, and they don't marry together very well. But Ladd is great in it, and actually, I don't have a problem with any of the performances, really. I think my problems are tonally and the way, the script-wise, probably, because the tone is being informed by the script and by Roth's vision here. So I think this is more a case where Roth had a great idea for a movie, and he had a great story, but he shot himself in the foot because he tried to make it a horror comedy, and he should have just made it a straight-ahead horror, or at least balanced the tone better so that the comedy didn't detract from the horror and become this, like, cartoonish buffoonery kind of thing. But, yeah, I mean, chances are, if you've seen any movie that Ladd is in, you've probably seen Cabin Fever, because that seems to be the big one, and this is the one that really kind of got her attention and probably a lot of jobs down the road. So it's certainly an important movie as far as like studying her filmography and where the trajectory of her career went. But most of the films that came after this are ones I like a lot better. Club Dread, 2004, also known as Broken Lizard's Club Dread. This is a favorite of mine. So when I went to the convention and I met Jordan Ladd, I had her sign, of the 8x10s that she had to sign, I had her sign a Club Dread one. And when I won the banner at the auction, I had her sign it as Penelope from the movie. So Broken Lizard are a comedy troupe of 5 guys who met at Colgate University. And a comedy troupe is like, Monty Python, whatever, just a group of comedians who do a bunch of projects together, and all of the projects are kind of separate. When they were in college, they made sort of a comedy, dramedy type thing called Puddle Cruiser. I've only seen it once. I remember feeling it was mediocre. But then their next movie after that got theatrical distribution from Fox Searchlight, Fox Searchlight at the time. It had Brian Cox and a couple recognizable actors in it, and it was a big hit for an indie comedy called Super Troopers, where they're all state troopers in like Vermont and New Hampshire or something like that. And the show Reno 911 kind of ripped them off a little bit by doing a cops riff on that same thing. But Super Troopers became sort of a cult classic. When they were releasing it in theaters, they took it on like a road tour to different colleges, and it picked up a big fan base, and it sort of had a good marketing campaign and everything, and it was a big hit. And so their follow-up to that movie was Club Dread, which is a horror comedy slasher movie. But I think the reason I love it so much, because it's like, it is a movie I love, it's a comfort movie, it's my favorite of the Broken Lizard movies, and I've liked all of Broken Lizard's official movies except for the most recent one, Quasi, which went direct to Hulu. Felt that one was weak, but I've loved the other ones, Beer Fest and Slam and Salmon and the other stuff. But I think what makes Club Dread work is that it's not a slasher parody or spoof in the same sense that, like, Scary Movie is, or National Lampoon's Class Reunion is. Like, it's definitely a comedy, and it has a ton of laughs, but it also works as a post-Scream whodunit slasher, where you have a slasher going around, and there's also this whodunit mystery behind it. Like, the mystery works, the film plays fair with the clues behind who the killer is. The gore is there and it works. The version I have on DVD, I don't know if it's even gotten a Blu-ray release, but the version I have on DVD is the unrated cut, which is a little bit longer. Supposedly the theatrical cut, which I've only seen once in theaters, is the director Jay Chandrasekhar, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, his preferred version, but the unrated version has some extra scenes, but as far as I know, the extra scenes aren't like more blood or more nudity like you'd think when you think unrated. It's just they toss some deleted scenes into the main movie and padded the runtime. But the plot is basically that there is a Club Med type a vacation resort on an island run by Coconut Pete, who is played by Bill Paxton, who looks like he's having the time of his life. And Coconut Pete is basically a less famous Jimmy Buffett type singer, and Jimmy Buffett exists in this universe because Coconut Pete has a song called Pina Colada Berg, which he claims that Jimmy Buffett ripped off from Margaritaville. And most of the cast of this movie is either the staff at this island resort or some of the guests. And, you know, people start dropping one by one in slasher movie fashion, and it becomes, you know, a whodunit of who is the slasher. And the movie is more comedy than horror, but it still operates as both. It's not a horror in the sense that I think anyone would be scared by it, but it's horror in the sense that the kills are taken kind of seriously, like, well, until it gets a little cartoony at the end. But it's not, you know, outlandish like Zucker Brothers Scary Movie type humor. It's a straight ahead comedy that happens to also be a slasher, and I think it works really well. I own the record vinyl of all the Coconut Pete songs because I like them so much, and I have a Coconut Pete shirt of his fictitious album Sea Shanties and Wet Panties, which is a title that still makes me laugh no matter how stupid it is. And I am just a huge fan of this movie, and it had been a couple years since the last time I watched it, but I put it on, A, as part of this project, and B, it was at the end of a pretty shitty day I was having. And yeah, this is still fucking funny as hell, man. I love this movie. Lad's character is named Penelope, who is called Penelope by the character of Juan, who is a guy who is sort of a Lothario who likes to sleep with some of the guests and everything, and he runs across Penelope, and they end up in sort of a relationship. And Lad's character functions partially as a girlfriend to that character, and partially as a red herring, as one of the suspects in the movie and everything, so that the main characters can be suspicious of her and all of that stuff. I think Lad shows some really good comic delivery and comic timing in this role, where the Penelope character is meant to be sort of demure and shy. She went to the Oral Roberts University, which plays into a couple jokes in the movie, which is, of course, a Christian college. And she's also a gymnast, and that comes into play during the film's comedic sex scene, which also contains Lad's only full nude scene, as far as I am aware. And yeah, it's a really funny performance, and she's a very likable and sweet, charming character. Brittany Daniel is also, she's technically the female lead of the movie, and she is the romantic interest of a new staffer who is like the island masseuse, and he's played by Kevin, his name Heffernan, who played Farva in Super Troopers. The idea was he played the most unlikable character in that movie, and so he becomes the hero in this one, and it's sort of egalitarian how the Broken Lizard guys decide what their roles will be movie to movie as far as who's the lead and who's likable and who's not and everything. It's kind of cool how they operate that way. But I just love this movie. It's got, I mean, Bill Paxton looks like he had the most fun time of his life making this movie as that character. Jimmy Buffett supposedly really enjoyed the good-natured ribbing in the movie and was known to play some Coconut Pete songs in concerts. He recently passed away as well, and of course Paxton died way too early a few years back, taken from us too soon. But man, I just love this movie. I mean, I don't know if it's Jordan Ladd's best movie or even her best performance, but it's my favorite of the filmography. I don't know why. Like, of the Broken Lizard movies, I think it's the funniest. I enjoy this one the most, probably because it has that horror element, whereas the other ones don't. They're just different types of comedies. But man, I love this movie. It really needs like a good, like, extras filled Blu-ray release at some point, or 4K release. Not that the visuals require a 4K. It's not the most visually interesting movie. But as far as just like comic timing and like different little gags in the background, or funny dialogue, or interesting like funny cool characters, I think this just works together as a really great comedy. And when I look back at like comedies that personally make me laugh all the time, or that I love, Club Dread is really up there. I am just a huge fan of Broken Lizard's Club Dread. But aside from Quasi, I like all of Broken Lizard's movies. I think Beer Fest is also very good, and probably their second best. Slam and Salmon I like about as much as Super Troopers. Because Super Troopers, I think, has some structural and pacing problems, but Slam and Salmon is a little bit more streamlined as far as its like waiter talk, and it's almost a better version of, it has different aims than Waiting, which is a movie we'll discuss in a little bit. But yeah, so I mean, if there's one movie from this list of all of her filmography that you've somehow never seen, and you're asking me for just to pick one for you to watch, it's Broken Lizard's Club Dread. Just watch it. But it was released by Searchlight, much like Super Troopers was, and Fox is now owned by Disney. Disney doesn't really have much of a commitment to putting out physical media these days, so I don't know if it'll get another release at some point, so I'm holding on to my extremely old DVD to watch it in the interim, but I love the movie, man. Madhouse, 2004. Madhouse is a movie I had never heard of before doing this project, and now that I've seen it, I'm pretty comfortable calling it a hidden gem. It's not a great movie, but it's a good movie, and I don't think anyone's really heard about it, but this came out sort of during this big genre run that Jordan Ladd was doing, and it takes place in a mental hospital, and Joshua Leonard from the Blair Witch Project plays an intern who goes to work at this mental hospital, and creepy things are afoot, and I guess that's as much of the plot as I want to talk about. And Ladd's character plays a nurse who works at the hospital and eventually enters into a romantic relationship with Joshua Leonard's character. Movies that take place in creepy old mental hospitals are kind of a dime a dozen, but this film ended up sort of being most similar to a couple things that would come out after this movie, one of which is the second season of American Horror Story Asylum, and the other is the Leonardo DiCaprio Scorsese B-movie Shutter Island, which is basically what if you took A-list talent and let them make a B-movie, and well, how would it turn out? And it would turn out to be a very good and extremely competent B-movie. But Madhouse, it's an interesting mix of like gothic mystery, but then like direct-to-video sleaze mixed in. It's quite an interesting mix of what type of horror it's landing on. And a lot of it is anchored by Joshua Leonard, who has, of the three leads of Blair Witch Project, has been the most successful at acting of any of them. Because aside from Blair Witch, where he plays Josh, because they all play the same names, he was also in this, and he's a very good leading actor in this. And then years later, just a few years ago, he was in Steven Soderbergh's Unsane, another movie that takes place in a mental hospital. But in that movie, he's the villain. And Unsane is a movie that's really slept on. It made my top 10 of the list of the year it came out. I think it's a really strong movie, both about the corruption within the mental health care industry, as well as about sort of stalkers and sort of incel men type thing. I think it deals with a lot of that stuff really well. Plus, it was shot on an iPhone, and it looks great, because only Steven Soderbergh can shoot a movie on an iPhone and make it look good. Well, Sean Baker can too, but you know what I mean. Man, Steve Soderbergh, he can make anything look good. The man as great of a director as he is, as a cinematographer, he's like second to none to be able to do all that stuff. But regardless, he's a very, very good lead in this movie. Like, even though he's had a pretty good acting career and he's been in some good movies, I feel like he didn't blow up as big as he should have. And this is kind of a running trend I have with a lot of these genre actors from the early 2000s, where they were very good, but because they were in genre films, I think Hollywood ignored their talent. I may have already said this in one of the earlier things about Ladd and Rebecca Gayheart and some of these other actors around this time period. But Joshua Leonard is up there as well, where he was a very strong actor and he just didn't get the career he probably deserved. But, he's very good in a lot of movies, including this one. There's nothing terribly original or too much that you haven't seen before in Madhouse. It's just executed pretty well. And then you have a supporting cast that includes like Leslie Jordan and Lance Hendrickson. It's just an all-around really good mystery horror movie. And I think I watched it on Tubi. It was available there. It's just a really good movie that's slept on, and even though it's not great, I think it's a little bit of a hidden gem, and it's worth seeking out if you've never seen it before, especially if you like sort of low budget horror from this particular era. I mean, it's certainly better than a Full Moon movie from the early 2000s or something like that. Ladd is very good in this. I mean, I'm probably going to say that for most of these movies, but I like how she plays this nurse character, because at one time there is sort of a mystery about who is behind this, so she also has to play a little bit of red herring in this, much like she did in Club Dread, albeit less comedic. But she also has to play up sort of the Swedish, not Swedish as in Sweden, but sweet-ish as in sweet ISH, sweet-ish character that she is sometimes cast as, while also having some traumatic backstory stuff and a little bit more of a dramatic edge to it. But you also have to wonder if she's behind some of the creepy quasi-supernatural stuff that's going on as well. And so there's a couple different layers she has to play, and I think she does that very well as the female lead in this movie. I don't really have much else to say about it, especially because talking about the plot will get into spoiler territory, and this is a film you should probably go in like I did, which was, reasonably blind. But yeah, this was, when I did this project, I was hoping to find some stuff I'd like and stuff I'd label as a hidden gem, and this was one of them. This was a pleasant surprise. I enjoyed this movie more than I thought, given the rather generic and overused title and the subject matter and the setting of it, which also aren't terribly original. But it ends up doing something pretty good with it. So yeah, check this out if you're curious or interested. It's slept on. Doggone Love, 2004. I wasn't able to find this one to watch, but given the very negative reviews for it on Letterboxd, I'm not sure I'm missing much. From what I can read, this is a romantic comedy where it's one of those plots where a guy's interested in a girl, but he's trapped into a lie pretending he's gay, and yeah, it's one of those movies. It's like, what's that movie with Matthew Perry and Neve Campbell, where Matthew Perry pretends to be gay even though he has a crush on Neve Campbell, but Neve Campbell is dating Dylan McDermott. Is that Three to Tango? I think it's called Three to Tango. It's like one of those movies where it has a very stupid plot that could easily be solved if one person was just honest and didn't continue a lie. Yeah, I think Roger Ebert used to call it the idiot plot, where it was a whole big plot that could be solved if one person just said one thing, kind of thing. I don't know if that's actually how this movie plays out, because again, I wasn't able to find it to watch it, but just reading what I can find about the plot, it seems like that. And Ladd is credited, how far down the call sheet is she? She's credited as the fifth highest name on the cast list, so I assume it's just a supporting role, so, nothing I've read about the movie made it sound interesting to me, so I'm not in a rush to find it if it's out there. But when I went looking for it to watch it just in case, I couldn't find it, so I don't know if this movie is available anywhere legitimately. So I don't have much to say about it. Waiting, 2005. Waiting is a movie that people who have worked in food service tend to like and no one else does. It's a comedy it's like an ensemble comedy about a bunch of people who work at like an Applebee's chili type restaurant. and they're servers or bartenders or hostesses or whatever, and it's just like a day in the life kind of movie. So it's basically Clerks, but with a little bit more 2005 gross out humor involved. This was a little after the gross out humor trend. It's post Freddy Got Fingered. I've always suspected it was partially inspired by Jennifer Aniston's character working at one of these restaurants in Office Space. But I'm sure the writer or the director have worked in food service before, because from what I've heard from people who have worked in more strict food service, I've never been a waiter or worked in a restaurant or anything. I've just worked in a movie theater, which is 60% food service anyway. I've heard it's pretty true to life there. I originally saw Waiting. I didn't see it in theaters, but I did see it when it first hit DVD and rented it. And I remember thinking it was okay at the time, and having rewatched it, my feelings are still that it's kind of just okay. A lot of it is aged poorly. Like, everything I said about jokes or subject matter about adults having relationships with underage people, Waiting does that far worse than Never Been Kissed does, where the Ryan Reynolds character is like really into the underage hostess at this restaurant. This was back in Ryan Reynolds' career, pre-Deadpool, so before he became the big Mint Mobile Avian Gin movie star that he is now, and back when he was still pretty much just playing Van Wilder or his Two Guys, a Girl, and a Pizza Place role in all of his movies. So nowadays, he plays Deadpool in every movie. Back then, he played Van Wilder in every movie. So those are basically the two basic roles that Ryan Reynolds has ever done. Even though he is sort of the star of this movie, he's the one at the front of the poster, if we're to call any of the characters a main character, it's Justin Long's character who is the most, I hesitate to say dramatic, but he's the one who has like the biggest story arc, the biggest character arc, the one who's taken most seriously, at least by the movie. He's also the only, well, he's not the only, but he's also one of the characters who shows up in the very bad direct-to-video sequel, Still Waiting, that I ended up watching after this just out of curiosity's sake, and that's really bad. It made me appreciate Waiting more, even though I don't even like Waiting all that much. But yeah, the humor is what you expect. Like, if you've seen Fight Club and you've seen what Tyler and Project Mayhem do to food, they do some of that here. You know, there's complaints about, you know, we didn't call them Karens back in 2005, but Karens and people who don't tip, and, you know, the random coworkers banging other random coworkers. It's basically kind of the stuff you expect. There's also a lot of very of the moment's talent, like Andy Milonakis. Remember him? The adult who had a disease who made him look like a little boy and was on like The Man Show and had an MTV show on his own. Don't know whatever happened to him, but he's in this as like one of the bus boys. Yeah, David Koechner is the manager. You know, he had a moment there with like Anchorman and The Office and all that stuff. And yeah, it's a workplace comedy. It's sometimes funny, it's sometimes not. A lot of it is poorly aged and cringe, especially looking through a 2023 lens. But it's not bad. It's mediocre, mid, as the kids might say. Jordan Ladd plays a character who is in a she's a bartender, and she's in a sexual relationship with one of the cooks, who is played by Louis Guzman. I think part of the humor is meant to be that Jordan Ladd is as attractive as Jordan Ladd is, and Louis Guzman looks like Louis Guzman. But the idea is basically that Ladd's character keeps wanting to break up with him, but she is sexually insatiable and is just really into the raw sexual energy and machismo that Louis Guzman's character has. And so that's where that storyline goes. There's also a end credits rap video with Andy Milonakis and the other busboy, and all of the female actors in the movie dance like stereotypical 90s or 2000s rap women in scantal clads during this, and so Ladd is one of them, as are all of the other female actors in the movie. So yeah, that's her role in the movie. She's not in the direct-to-video sequel, but Louis Guzman is. I like Chi McBride as the sort of philosophical, like, head cook or head chef in the restaurant. I always liked Chi McBride. He was in that movie The Frighteners, 1996, that Peter Jackson directed, probably the last Peter Jackson movie that was good. I'm not a Lord of the Rings fan. And I actually had a pet Great Dane when I was 13 named Cyrus, and I named him after Chi McBride's character in The Frighteners. Yeah, I am. People lied. Oh, well, my stepdad at the time lied about the dog's origin of the name, but he's dead now, so fuck him. He was also a bodybuilding alcoholic piece of shit, anyway. I'm still a little like scorned over some childhood stuff involving him and losing the dog and all that stuff. Regardless, otherwise, Waiting is It's a thoroughly mediocre comedy from this era. Sort of feels like sub Todd Phillips in its execution, but sub Kevin Smith in its general feel and everything. It's one of these movies that's trying to be Clerks or Mallrats and isn't Clerks or Mallrats. And yeah, Ryan Reynolds was doing his Van Wilder thing. There's a lot of poorly aged stuff with the statutory stuff and a lot of F slurs and a lot of gay panic jokes and things like that. It's very 2005. If you've never seen it before but you've worked in food service, you might get a kick out of it. Otherwise, there are much better comedies from this era you can watch. Club Dread, go watch that instead. Inland Empire, 2006. Inland Empire is, to date, the last theatrical feature film that David Lynch has made. Jordan Ladd is only in it as kind of, I hesitate to say it, a cameo. It's almost like a glorified extra where there's a group of sex workers in the movie and she's just one of them. I don't think she even has a line of dialogue. It's been a couple months since I last watched it. But Inland Empire is a 3-hour-long, shot on standard definition DV camera film about Laura Dern playing an actress who's trying out or going to be in this movie, and it's basically it's trying to do like a satirization of Hollywood in some ways, but it's a less successful version of that than Mulholland Drive was, which was Lynch's film before this, and it's okay. Some of Lynch's shorts, like the Bunny short, were incorporated into this. It's just sort of a hodgepodge of things that Lynch was doing around the time that he had that davidlynch.com website, and this kind of goes hand in hand with the Darkened Room short that Ladd was in a couple years prior, because the filming of this movie was done in bits and pieces over the course of a few years. It wasn't like a normal production by any means. Criterion recently released it on Blu-ray, and I think the way that they upscaled this using AI is like the one non-controversial use of AI to restore something, unlike that like True Lies 4K that everyone hates that came out. Because I think it certainly looks better than it did on DVD when I first saw it, because I didn't see it in theaters. It didn't open in theaters near me in Rhode Island back when I lived there. And as far as like using that for like a restoration purpose or to upscale this standard definition DV, because standard definition DV with a few movies that were shot on that, like 28 Days Later, Bamboozled, they don't particularly look good, but that aesthetic does work for some of those movies. It works for 28 Days Later for what it's doing, and it kind of works for Bamboozled as well, since it's mixing like the real world and TV world and stuff like that, and it does switch to, that film switches to 35mm during the TV show within the movie. But the standard definition DV that they shot it in also sort of helps with the dreamlike hallucinatory feel of the movie, which many Lynch films have. But Inland Empire is probably Lynch's most surreal movie, like maybe even more than Eraserhead. Because people, they call Lynchian like surreal, but for the most part I've always felt that Lynch's movies are kind of rather easy to decipher what's going on a literal level, but they are certainly dreamlike. I would use dreamlike more than surreal. It's not, Dali-esque, really. It's not Un Chien Andalou. But definitely, Inland Empire is probably his least accessible movie for anyone who's not a hardcore Lynch fan. And it's probably my least favorite of his features overall. I haven't seen The Straight Story, but generally there. But since Jordan Ladd is in it, as is her mother Cheryl Ladd is also kind of in it, it was worth mentioning for this deep dive, but because she's not really a big part of the movie, I don't feel the need to talk about it too much, but if you're a Lynch completionist, certainly check out that Criterion, I got it. But otherwise, Inland Empire is a movie I only recommend to a very specific group of people, and most of them are Lynch heads or people who have liked Lynch, but they're looking for something a bit more out there from his oeuvre. So, yeah, that's the Inland Empire. Grindhouse, 2007. So Grindhouse, if you don't know, was a interesting experiment to see how many people in American audiences are as rabid fan nerds as Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino. And the answer was not many, because the movie didn't do very well. It also opened on Easter weekend, which probably was poor timing. And there's rumors that because Rose McGowan is in the movie and the stuff between her and Weinstein, where Weinstein assaulted her, he may have gone out of his way to try to bury the movie. But I remember when the movie was about to come out, and there was a pretty hefty amount of marketing for it as far as trailers and stuff, and there was a coffee table book I still have from it, so I don't know how much truth there is in that. I think it's just that the concept was a little too much for mainstream at the time, and the pre-Twitter, film Twitter, pre-letterboxed age. If Grindhouse came out today, it probably would have done better. But it is interesting that even if Grindhouse itself wasn't terribly successful, it did spin off a bunch of other movies. There was 2 Machete movies, and Machete was a fake trailer in this. Thanksgiving finally became a movie in 2023, and that was a fake trailer. Hobo with a Shotgun was a fake trailer in the Canadian release of this movie. Yeah, and that became a feature with Rutger Hauer. So it's had a legacy beyond what it is, but essentially it was Rodriguez and Tarantino's attempt to take the Grindhouse movie experience of seeing an exploitation double feature, where Rodriguez was going to do one, Tarantino was going to do one, and there were going to be trailers for exploitation movies that do not exist, peppered in between, as well as different like drive-in snipes and interstitials and stuff. The 2 main movies that are combined together, they were released separately overseas or internationally because they didn't have the Grindhouse experience that the US did. So it looks like the Grindhouse double feature, which came up to be about 3 hours when released domestically, was only done in US and Canada as far as I know. And it was made up of Robert Rodriguez's Planet Terror and Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof. Eventually, after the movie came out and it didn't do well, the individual movies had their own separate home video releases in the US, just like they had separate theatrical releases. And so the movies are both cut down slightly in order to make the Grindhouse feature, but both films feature length have since been released, as has the Grindhouse experience, because initially Planet Terror and Death Proof were released separately on DVD, and then a Grindhouse Blu-ray was released, and then it went from there. I recently just bought a nice Blu-ray collector set of like the whole kit and caboodle that came out from Australia, I think of Via Vista. But Jordan Ladd is in 2 components of this. She is in the fake Thanksgiving trailer that Eli Roth made for the movie, and she is in Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof, which was the second feature of the double bill. So I'm going to take that in that order, since that's the order they play in if you watch the Grindhouse feature. So Thanksgiving is a fake trailer, and it's meant to replicate a late 70s or early 80s slasher movie, so post-Halloween slasher. Every holiday was getting its own slasher movie, but Thanksgiving was sort of skipped. Yes, there is Home Sweet Home and Blood Rage and stuff like that, but there wasn't one where it was like super Thanksgiving themed. Even Blood Rage just kind of has the cranberry sauce thing. And so Eli Roth and his writing partner came up with this idea to do a fake trailer, which was just going to be like all of the cool kills, all of the like sex jokes, and all of the meat and potatoes without having to make the movie around it that has, you know, character and plot and stuff, about a pilgrim that is just killing people in Plymouth, Massachusetts on Thanksgiving. And it had, you know, fake film damage, like you would if you like dug a 35 millimeter print of a trailer from that time. And it's very funny and has some good gore, and it's great. And, you know, for many years, people wanted it to become a real movie, and eventually in 2023, Eli Roth did make the movie. The difference is that the fake trailer in Grindhouse, it was definitely meant to elicit a late 70s or early 80s, whereas the feature-length Thanksgiving that came out last year, as I'm recording this, last year, it definitely plays more like it's a 2000s remake of the fake trailer movie. It doesn't try to replicate that. It feels more like a early 2000s post-Scream slasher movie. Still has good gore. I still liked the feature-length Thanksgiving. I thought it kind of crapped out on the trampoline scene, because the trampoline part is probably the most infamous part of the fake trailer, where girl is jumping on a trampoline, she does a split, knife comes up in the middle, and the knife goes, you know, right up where it's going to go up. And they kind of chicken out from doing that in the regular movie. There's a lot of stuff that's in the fake trailer that wasn't in the full movie, but Eli Roth filmed the Thanksgiving trailer around the same time that he was filming Hostel Part 2. So he was in Slovakia or Bucharest or wherever that was filmed, Prague. And so a lot of the same people that were overseas for Hostel, which includes Jay Hernandez, the survivor of Hostel Part 1, who's in the opening sequence of Hostel Part 2, which I'll discuss, you know, in a little bit, and Jordan Ladd, who's also in that opening. They ended up being some of the actors in it. And so Ladd plays basically like a high school girl. She's gonna go down on her boyfriend, and as she's doing it, boyfriend is decapitated, and then later she tries to take comfort in this other guy, and she kisses him, and then that guy also ends up decapitated. So it's a funny running gag, and it's really funny. But all Ladd really has to do is to play like she's one of those like dumb girls in one of those 80s slasher movies where they were just kind of like normal amateur actors who were playing like these like airheaded people. You know, that's kind of what the slasher cast was like at that time, as opposed to like later in the Scream era, or even in the later 80s era past Nightmare on Elm Street, where they were able to make the characters a little bit more personality driven and likable and stuff. But I've always really loved the Thanksgiving trailer, and even if they finally made the movie many years later and the movie doesn't live up to that fake trailer because it's aiming for different things, that fake trailer is still very, very solid. So yeah, if you've never watched it, you can watch it on YouTube if you don't have Grindhouse on Blu-ray or whatever. It's readily available. It's easily accessible. And then there's Death Proof. Death Proof is Quentin Tarantino's car movie, his exploitation movie. Tarantino has described it as a slasher movie where the slasher uses a car as a weapon. I don't think it has enough similarities with a slasher movie to call it that. It's really more of it follows the structure kind of a rape revenge movie, but it doesn't have the rape part of it. So it's more like, it's very bifurcated of a movie. The first half of the movie is almost a hangout movie in Austin, Texas, where you're hanging out with this group of women. You know, they're having fun at some bars in Austin before they end up going to a girls' weekend at the lake house, and there's some guys who want to be able to go up to the lake house with them, and they're trying to turn an all-girls weekend into an all-girls with a couple guys so they can fuck them. And then they are beset upon by Kurt Russell's stuntman Mike, who enjoys murdering women with his car that he has made death-proof by putting all the safety roll cages and everything that stunt people put in a car for movie stunts. And then the second half is where he is following this other group of people, and these are people who are working on a movie, but they have a couple days off from the production. And stuntwoman Zoe Bell, playing herself, decides that there's a guy selling the car from the famous car movie Vanishing Point, and she wants to go test drive it and do some unsafe but fun stuff on it. And Kurt Russell's stuntman Mike is going to be set upon him, but they eventually turn the tables on him. And that's basically it. It's a very simple, cool exploitation movie. Jordan Ladd is in the first half, the hangout half. She gets to do kind of a southern accent in this one, and it's really fun. And the thing about Tarantino is that his dialogue is famous, obviously. He has dialogue that his characters don't speak like normal people speak. They have their own witty, erudite way of speaking that is basically Tarantino's film nerd speak. And so, because his dialogue doesn't comport to the normal rhythms of speech, it can be very hard for actors to try to deliver that dialogue in a authentic sounding or organic manner. And so any actor who can go into a Tarantino movie and make that dialogue work and sound like a human being is saying it gets all the kudos. And Ladd gets that because there's an early part where she's driving a car and she's got Jungle Julia, in the radio DJ girl, in the back, and there's another girl in the passenger seat, and she has a lot of dialogue in that thing where she's driving, and she delivers it very well. And then later on you get the stuff that's in the club, and there's some stuff in there. We get the great line, because she plays a character named Shanna. Eli Roth, who acts in it as well, he calls her Shauna, and she reminds him or chastises him that it's Shanna Banana, not Shauna Banana. But yeah, I really, really like Death Proof. Like, I recently rewatched it when I got that Grindhouse Blu-ray set, and I've gone back and forth on it. I've always liked it, but the extent to which I like it has changed. And upon my most recent rewatch, I liked it a lot more than I remembered liking it. And I think it's just because I am okay with the rhythm of it now, especially because I watched the full-length version. I didn't watch the cut-down Grindhouse version of it. But it's got a great soundtrack, that Down in Mexico and the lap dance scene that's not in the Grindhouse one, Chick Habit over the closing credits, great music. But also, I've never been to Austin, Texas, but I am a big fan of the Alamo Drafthouse. That's my theater of choice in my area. South by Southwest, and Fantastic Fest. There's a bunch of film festivals in Austin, so I've always wanted to go to Austin for one of the film festivals and something. And I'm sure Austin, Texas isn't nearly as cool as this movie makes it look. I think it's become a little overpriced and very hipsterized in the years since. But it just, watching the movie makes you want to just hang out at dive bars in Austin, which is probably not as fun as this movie makes it look. But I do like the calm sort of low stakes rhythm of that first half before the violence kicks into gear and it becomes the movie that it's already going to be. Stuntman Mike is just at the bar, just kind of chatting it up with the Rose McGowan character, because Rose McGowan's in both Grindhouse halves. It's just a really fun movie, and a lot of the dialogue, I mean, it's Tarantino, so of course the dialogue's great, but it's just sort of witty, and you like sort of just spending time with these characters, which then makes it a little bit more effective when, all the characters in the first half are murdered in a gory car accident. And then the second half has some really great analog, like, car chase sequences. Like, I'm one of the elder millennials who hates the fact that everything is CGI in movies, and that if you have a car chase in a movie that has CGI, you don't feel it because you don't feel like there's real physics and stakes, and so they're bored. It's why I don't really like the Fast and Furious movies, because it just seems like digital nonsense. But here, you've got real cars that are actually racing down a road. You've got camera angles you can only get from real cars racing. You can hear and feel the crunch of the metal when the cars hit each other. It looks and feels like it was dangerous to film, and that makes those sequences more exciting than if it's just a car chase in a movie that's made in 2023, 2024. Yeah, and when Zoe Bell is like on the hood of that car and it's being rammed by Kurt Russell's stuntman, it's both character and actual stuntman. It feels dangerous because it feels like if something goes wrong with the stunt, she could just fly the fuck off and die. So I really like that second half as well. I guess the very ending of the movie where Stuntman Mike, spoilers I guess if you haven't seen it, where Stuntman Mike is suddenly like, wow, that was great, well, bye ladies, or whatever. I feel like some of that is a bit abrupt. His like personality change is abrupt, even if I do like that he gets shot and they make him like a whiny little bitch after. So the ending is a little weird. Also, Mary Elizabeth Winstead's cheerleader is just left with the creepy guy and we never go back to her. Like, was she okay? But in that first half, I like that you kind of just feel the rhythm of it and you just sort of enjoy the atmosphere of this dive bar. They go to 2 dive bars in that first half. They drive by an Alamo Drafthouse too. You see the sign and everything. In fact, Jordan Ladd's character, she's wearing a Alamo Drafthouse Badass Cinema shirt for, I think, her entire screen time, which is really cool. My Alamo has some Badass Cinema shirts, but they're not the same one that she's wearing. They don't have the same picture or the color scheme, because, I was going to buy one if it was the same one she wears. But yeah, I really, really like Death Proof. It's a really funny movie, and a really fun movie, rather. And there's like different lines of dialogue that have stuck with me, like the Warren says it, we do it. Warren is the character Tarantino plays in his own movie. He's the bartender. And it's about like doing shots of chartreuse, and he's like, Warren says it, we do it, so let's do it. And the way he says let's do it, I say that in my mind, and sometimes aloud whenever I'm gonna go do something, just randomly. It's just probably one of my spectrum things where just a random movie quote will escape my mouth, and people around me who don't get my references are wondering if I went nuts or if my brain short-circuited. But the Warren says it, we do it, so let's do it line. The thing about fucking Jaeger shots that Eli Roth says, there's like that. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of Death Proof, and it is one of the meteor roles, or one of the meteor supporting roles that Ladd has, because she's in that entire first half, and she does get some nice chunky bits of dialogue to work with, and she's doing the accent with and everything. She's great. So yeah, Death Proof is definitely one of the best movies that she's in. Hostel Part 2, or as the trailer said in German, Hostel Teil 2? I don't know, I don't speak German. So, I'm a big fan of the 2 Hostel movies. I actually watched both Hostel movies twice in the last year. Once because I was just wanted to rewatch them, and obviously Part 2 I was rewatching for this deep dive. And then I had my friend over who wanted to see some like really messed up movies. Well, messed up for like a normie, because she's not... I've gotten her into horror, but she's not as much into horror as like I am. And so I showed them both to her again, so I've watched both movies twice in the last like couple months. But basically, I'm not going to talk too much about Hostel 1 because Jordan Ladd's not in it. But I feel like Hostel, the original, is sort of the quintessential horror movie of the Bush era, because it's sort of about how Americans, have an ethnocentric mentality, and they view the rest of the world as either their tool or their playground, their coalition of the willing. And then these former Soviet states that have had to do this switch to capitalism post-91 have ended up creating these like horrible economic conditions, and so they're trying to survive with that, and so they end up doing to Americans what America has been doing to the rest of the world, and just sort of treating them as just commodities to be used, in this case, murder victims. I have more eloquent, details I've put in like my Letterboxd reviews and shit, but that's basically the crux of Hostel. It was also the movie that the reviewer who later called movies torture porn, which is a term I don't agree with, he was labeling it to Hostel, and it was then retroactively applied to Saw and some other movies from that time period. But then, after Hostel was successful, Eli Roth came back for Hostel 2. And Hostel 2 is kind of a throwback to horror movie sequels of yore, where a lot of horror movie sequels in the 80s especially, they would take the characters who survived the last movie and they'd unceremoniously kill them off early in the next one. Adrian King in Friday the 13th Part 2 is the big example, but also all of the surviving Dream Warriors in Nightmare on Elm Street 3 are killed in the beginning of Nightmare on Elm Street 4. It's always felt very disrespectful, but it's a very easy shortcut to raising the stakes. Like, the people who were tough enough to win the movie last time, well, they're dead in 15 minutes, so now everything's more difficult for the people who aren't the villain. But in this case, Jay Hernandez's character, he survived the first Hostel. He gets home, he's still a little bit worried, and they still get to him. And Jordan Ladd is only in this, like, opening segment. She plays basically the estranged or ex-girlfriend of Jay Hernandez, where basically Jay Hernandez has come back traumatized, and she's gotten back together with him out of pity, sympathy, because just to make sure he's okay, but their relationship's still not on the best. And then Jay Hernandez is decapitated because Jordan Ladd is just around decapitated men in this time period of her filmography. And that's about it. So Jordan Ladd's character is still alive in the Hostel universe, so if they ever make a real Hostel 3 and not that direct-to-video piece of shit that I consider non-canon, maybe she can come back, who knows. But yeah, she doesn't have much to do. She basically just has to play the sort of reluctant girlfriend who has only gotten back with this guy because he's traumatized. She's basically doing what Christian does in Midsummer, where she doesn't want to be with the person, but feels that she has to because that person is just damaged from trauma. Hopefully Jordan Ladd doesn't end up in a bear suit then. But as far as Hostel Part 2, Hostel 1 was about men who are basically able to be tricked or roped into being trafficked for rich people murder vacation with the promise of easy sex with beautiful Eastern European women. And Hostel Part 2 has female victims, and in this case they're roped in with not sex, but with the hope of adventure and friendship of the woman who is like the bait for them. And so I like how it sort of shows the difference between how they lure male victims and how they lure female victims. Hostel Part 2 also shows a little bit more of how the business of the elite hunting torture business works, where people are bidding on certain people and different nationalities cost more and stuff like that. It still plays into ethnocentric stuff. It plays into like women-hating incel men. It does a lot of good stuff there. I used to think I considered Hostel 2 a better movie than Hostel 1. After having rewatched both movies twice in like the last couple months, I do think the first Hostel is probably a smidge better, but both films are still pretty on par parody-wise. And I really like Hostel 2. It does suffer from Eli Roth's you're throwing a little too much humor in this movie that doesn't work, with the kicking of the head at the end. The Bubblegum Gang is kind of the part that works the least of the two Hostel movies. But it does sort of work as like they're almost like rival criminal organizations in the fake Bratislava that the Hostel movies take place in. Yeah, I think a lot of the Hostel movies just kind of get dismissed. A lot of Eli Roth stuff gets dismissed as far as some people just view it as just gore for the sake of gore, and they don't like Eli Roth's frat boy type humor. But I mean, if you compare the weird tonal whiplash of Cabin Fever, and then you compare the tone of Hostel and Hostel 2, Eli Roth definitely has a much greater command of tone in the Hostel movies than he does in Cabin Fever. Even arguably more than in Green Inferno, because Green Inferno has a couple moments where it tips over a little too much in the comedy. And Knock Knock is practically a comedy itself, too. I like Knock Knock, though. I like most of Roth's films, to be quite honest. But I think Hostel 2 is still a very strong movie, and I like the way that it expanded the world of the first Hostel. And I think the performances work great. Heather Matazzaro is right in there. I got to meet her at a convention not too long ago, and she's like the sweetest person in the world. She is just super, super nice. But yeah, if you've probably already seen Hostel. It's a big movie if you like horror. But yeah, it's a very good movie, and Jordan Ladd's only in like the first 15 minutes. It Was One of Us, or Betrayals. It has two different titles. 2007. This was a Lifetime movie. I did not watch it because the only place that was available to stream it was on the Lifetime Movie Network streaming service, and I wasn't gonna subscribe to that to watch just one movie, so I didn't see it. But apparently it's about like five girls, I think maybe they were sorority sisters or something, who knew each other, and they're brought back together because of something or other. It's probably your generic TV movie thriller, but I didn't see it, so I can't talk much about it, but mentioning it here. Actually, is it still streaming on Lifetime? Yeah, it's the Lifetime streaming service is the only place that you can stream it. And yeah, it's about five former college roommates, not necessarily sorority sisters or whatever. Yep, and Jordan Ladd is the only one of the main actors who I recognize off the top of my head. So, yeah, that's all I have to say about that one. Al's Beef, 2008. Al's Beef is a short film, about 35 minutes long from what I can find, that I was not able to find to watch, which I'm upset about because I actually really wanted to watch this one. It's basically apparently about, it takes place in like a Western, Old West type setting, and there's a woman, I believe it's Jordan Ladd's character, who is like beaten and left for dead and ends up coming back for revenge against the people who wronged her. And it looks like the main guy who wronged her is played by Dean Stockwell, Quantum Leap, Blue Velvet, deceased not too long ago. But it looked interesting. I mean, I wasn't able to find the short film to watch. When I looked for it, I was able to find like one short clip of it on Vimeo. I don't know if it's from the director's Vimeo account or whatever, and it's just Ladd like looking beaten and worse for the wear, like walking away from a well or something like that. It's only like a couple seconds. But there's a lot of stills from the movie on IMDb that show Ladd and Dean Stockwell and some of the supporting cast, and it looks like, there's like scenes that are set in a saloon. I'm not a big Western guy, but it seemed like, for 35 minutes, a nice little revenge tale in the Old West seemed like it would be worth seeing, but I can't find it to watch anywhere. I even tweeted the director, but it doesn't look like the director really keeps their Twitter account active. It looks like they were promoting a feature-length movie they made that dropped on Netflix, and that's about it. It's been dead for a little bit. But yeah, I've been looking for a place to watch it, and there doesn't seem to be one online, which is a shame. Though I will probably splice in, there's a still from the short on IMDb with Jordan Ladd, and she looked really sexy in Western wear, so I'm going to put that in here. But otherwise, I'd like to see it, but I can't find it to watch. So that's Al's Beef. Grace, 2009. So Grace is like a clear delineation when you're looking at Ladd's filmography from beginning to end. Starting with Cabin Fever and then ending with Grace is probably what I'd call the peak of her popularity and the peak of her tenure within genre space. And so it's sort of fitting that Grace, if it is sort of where the line of demarcation is, it is a film that has her in the most frontal protagonist main character position within one of these movies. So it sort of caps off that period with her just front and center. She is the lead. So the film is about Ladd is a character who is really trying to get pregnant. She doesn't seem to care much about her husband, and the movie actually opens with her being very bored during sex with her husband to conceive this child. And, she's got like almost like a vegan diet. She's taking all of her precautions to make sure that nothing teratogenic happens to negatively affect her ability to conceive. But then after she's pregnant and going through all this, there's a car accident, kills the husband. The baby at first seems like it may have died, but then it's not. And the whole crux that makes this a horror movie is that the baby is technically dead, but it's kept alive by feeding off of blood. And so you get scenes where, like, she's trying to breastfeed the kid, but the kid is biting and wanting blood. And, you know, we kind of get into that whole thing where someone is taking care of something that is parasitic or cannibalistic. And so, you know, that leads to, like, murder to feed them things. So you can think of, like, Seymour in Little Shop of Horrors, or any movie where someone has kept a zombie chained up alive because it was, you know, a former loved one. So, yeah, whether the baby is technically a zombie because it's, like, dead and needs, like, to consume something from a live human, or whether you want to call it a vampire because it's specifically on blood, and, like, blood that's, like, in a blender and put in, like, a baby bottle and stuff, that's up to you. So whether you want to call it a vampire baby or zombie baby movie, but that's kind of what it is. I first saw this movie when it first came out on DVD. I don't know what kind of theatrical release the movie got, but it didn't open in Rhode Island where I lived in 2009. When I first saw it on video, I didn't really care for it, but I don't quite remember why. So I revisited it for this deep dive, and upon the most recent viewing, I viewed it a lot more favorably. Maybe it's because I'm older, and even though I don't have kids, I have friends who have kids, and so I kind of hear from this parent stuff. And there's a lot of interesting stuff here about, like, postpartum depression, and how parents sort of have to eventually understand that no matter what they try to do to protect their child, they can't protect them from everything because of the world. But there's also kind of the interesting idea of, and I don't know how purposeful this was to the filmmaker, but, you know, we've been getting some movies, kind of like We Need to Talk About Kevin and Mass, and movies that are sort of taking a look at the parents of, like, mass shooters and violent children, and how that becomes a very difficult thing to deal with psychologically, where it's your child and you love them and they're a part of you and you want to protect them, but if they're a danger to others, or maybe even yourself or even themselves, you know, how does that mess with your parental brain as far as the parental instincts versus, you know, larger safety. So there's a lot of interesting things in there. There's also Ladd's character. She originally wants to give birth in like a water tub, so there's a lot of interesting things there about, like, modern medicine used in obstetrics, sorry, mispronouncing the word, versus, you know, like, new age healing stuff and hippie stuff, you know, natural birth stuff, midwives, you know, so there's a lot of that. There's an interesting view of that sort of clash things. I don't think the film is entirely successful with everything it's trying to do in that space, and part of that might be because the vehicle is, you know, zombie baby movie. Part of it might also be that the writer-director is a man, and for something that is this sort of female-centric, it might have helped to have extra female creative voices, even if it's just, like, as a producer or something. Because you also have... like, the midwife is the ex-girlfriend of Ladd's character, so Ladd is bisexual, so it adds that sort of thing into it, and male versus female gender dynamics as far as child rearing and things like that too. So it's definitely an interesting movie. So even if it doesn't fully extrapolate on the themes that it's dealing with, I like the fact that it still is tackling those. But as far as Ladd, so she is the lead character, she is front and center in the movie, and this is, even if it's not one of her stronger films, it's a good film. This is definitely one of her strongest performances, because she definitely has to walk this line of, you know, am I crazy? And has that craziness dealt me to have, like, a skewed version of what love is and what proper parentage is, and how does, you know, postpartum deal with that, where your child is dead but not really, but you can't deal with that, you can't face it, and so there's some interesting stuff there as well. I would say to give it a chance, especially if you've seen it before and you didn't quite care for it, but it's been a few years. Watch it again, because the movie is much better and a lot more interesting than I remember. And it still delivers on like the horror stuff, the gore, and some of the darker stuff. It's definitely low budget, so keep that in mind as well. But for an indie horror movie from 2009 that is sort of dealing with some of these social issues, and it seemed like at the time social issues deal with sort of parentage and feminism and gender dynamics. They weren't as explicitly common then as they are now. Obviously, and movies have been political forever, especially the horror genre, but for people to specifically try to make these women-centered concepts and arguments in the horror genre, that feels a little bit more today-ish, or at least from like the mid-2010s than in 2009. So this is a little bit ahead of the curve there, even if it's coming from a male filmmaker, but definitely one of Ladd's best performances, though. So I definitely, if you're a Jordan Ladd fan, this is an essential viewing for that. But also for a movie that's kind of slipped under the radar for a while, and now it's a 15-year-old movie, give it a shot. The Wishing Well, 2009. So when I said that Grace was sort of the demarcation line, this is kind of what I mean. So The Wishing Well isn't a movie I was able to see. So I'm going to go a little bit more into a more theming as far as some of my conclusions when looking at Ladd's filmography. But The Wishing Well is a Hallmark movie. From what I can tell, it seems to be your typical Hallmark romance movie, just not set at Christmas. Something that I've noticed lately, and maybe it's because there are now conventions for actors in Hallmark movies and TV movies like that, is that the way that Hollywood treats female sex symbols in genre movies when they get past a certain age, like somewhere in their 30s, is very sexist and very sad. So when I look at Ladd's filmography in its totality, I see there's the early stuff where she's in her 20s, she's getting like these random supporting things and short films. And then Cabin Fever is like her big break, and she has that great thing where, she's a sex symbol, she's working with these top directors like Tarantino, she's in magazines like FHM, Maxim, like those time, back in, the early 2000s when magazines could still make money, and they decided that men needed their own version of like Cosmopolitan and Glamour, so they had these articles that are about like how to be the best man. It was basically just Playboy without nudity, which is kind of interesting because there was a brief period of time where Playboy decided to not have nudity in it. But then, for some reason, Hollywood is very sexist and ageist, even if they're not explicitly meaning to. So it was very clear that in that early 2000s page, so basically from Cabin Fever to Grace, that, okay, we have this actress, her name is Jordan Ladd, she is very attractive, she's sexy, so we're going to make her play the, either the sexy barmaid in Waiting, or, the sexy college co-ed and such, or the sexy whatever. It's basically like, okay, she's sexy, we'll put her in horror, we'll put her in comedy, but she's like the sexy young girl. And then Hollywood decides that once you hit your 30s, that's no longer sexy. You kind of have to be a parent, or you have to be a middle-aged frau. And it does remind me, I forget, I think it may have been the former pornographic actress Aurora Snow who said that basically there's only two phases to an adult female porn star's career. There is jailbait, which is between the ages of 18 and 29, and then MILF, which is 30 until you're dead. and in a sad way, that's kind of how Hollywood operates with some of these actresses who break out in their 20s, and especially in genre stuff. It seems like if you're doing a lot of dramas or you're an indie darling, you can maybe skew this a little bit. But when you're in genre stuff, Hollywood has a way of like compressing you into a box, especially if you're using sexuality in a overt manner as far as marketing yourself. And that's why someone like perhaps Maika Monroe, who is obviously a very attractive actress, and she's done a lot of genre stuff like It Follows and and what have you, and watch her. But she seems to have been able to still operate within those circles without getting pushed into like the Hallmark stuff. But it's not just Ladd that you see this. Like Lacey Chabert, she was in that box. You know, she was in Mean Girls. She's like this young, sexy actress. She was briefly the voice of Meg on Family Guy, and now she pretty much only makes, you know, Hallmark TV movies because she can't. Either she doesn't want to, or Hollywood won't cast her in quote-unquote real movies. So if she wants a steady paycheck, then she has to make, you know, Christian Mingle the movie and a bunch of these Hallmark Christmas things because it's a steady check. You even see this with, like, Lindsay Lohan today, where she's making Netflix movies like Irish Wish or Hallmark movies. There's something about, and I don't know if it's strictly within this time frame, but a lot of actresses, so a lot of female actors who were very big, and they were also pushed as being very sexy to the audience in the 2000s. Hollywood has not really let them try to move on into, you know, mainstream civilized movies. You can even see this with like Rebecca Gayheart, though Rebecca Gayheart had some other external controversies and stuff. And it's tends to be the actors who did not push sexuality as much that have been given a little bit of a reprieve. You know, like if you look at Neve Campbell, obviously she did the Scream movies in the late 90s, early 2000s. She did stuff like Wild Things, where Denise Richards kind of took most of the heat off of her as far as like, we're looking at who's sexy in this movie. Teresa Russell's also in it too. And then she did some indie movies, and she did some romantic comedies, like that horrible one with Matthew Perry. And she was able to sort of keep going into a form of like mainstream moviedom, even though Neve Campbell, you know, she was never really in like Oscar contention or became like an A-list actress or anything. But it seems like if you've stuck mostly to genre films, which nowadays, post-COVID especially, you know, horror is all the rage because it's one of the few things that's still making money theatrically, and, you know, you can make it with a cheap budget and it almost always makes a profit because of how low it is versus all the other tentpole stuff, which is the only stuff that's making money in theaters right now. But horror was always kind of looked down upon in other ways. It's like you might start off on genre, but you want to move up somewhere else. So if you were in genre in the early 2000s, and you also were seen more as a sex symbol than as an actress, and with people like, especially with Ladd, but also I'd argue with Rebecca Gayheart and some other people, that was never a fair assessment of their acting ability, and to just reduce them to being, you know, attractive and in your 20s. But then when you hit 30, you're no longer, you know, you're no longer the hot new thing on the scene, and then mainstream Hollywood seems to be like, well, you know, that's not the first person I'm thinking of if I'm casting, you know, this indie movie or supporting characters in the studio thing. And so, you know, your choices are to either try to hold out for one of those roles or, you know, get the bills paid. And one of the things you can do to get the bills paid is to just take any of these other not as reputable movies. I don't mean that as like they're skeezy or anything, but not as well respected or prestigious of projects. And that can be, you know, TV movies where, you know, you film for, you know, a week or two and it's just something that gets thrown on TV, and you'll still get your SAG residuals and you'll still, you know, apply for SAG benefits, and it's just, you're forced into it. But then when you start making movies like that, people see you as that and not as a mainstream person. That's why for many years when Nicolas Cage, you know, he had to file bankruptcy, and so he was taking a bunch of really shitty direct-to-video movies because he needed to pay some bills. And so, you know, this man who won an Oscar for Leaving Las Vegas in '95, he is suddenly seen as like, oh, he just makes that junk. And he's only recently been, at the time of this recording, recently been crawling himself out of that. He still takes a lot of projects. He's still in a lot of stuff that goes like direct-to-video, streaming, Redbox, or whatever. But he also does stuff like Pig, where he gives like one of his career best performances and stuff like that. So he's able to crawl out of it because he's a guy. But a lot of these other actors, you know, they're stuck doing TV movies, or as we're going to see later when I go into them, like movies from like Asylum or Full Moon or whatever. But then also, a lot of these actors, and it's not just female actors this happens to, but, you know, they'll turn to the convention circuit, and that's great for fans like me, because that gives me a chance to meet these people, get an autograph, ask them a question or whatever, you know, have like a brief, tangible connection to somebody and let them know that I like their work. But at the same time, when you go to conventions, you do see that some of these people really love being at conventions. Felissa Rose loves conventions. You can tell she's like always super happy to meet everybody. And then some people would rather not be there, like Tom Savini or a Ken Foree or something. It makes me sad, because especially when I look at Jordan Ladd's work, just taking her as like a microcosm of this general Hollywood problem with actors, she deserved more. And as we go further into a filmography where the movies kind of get worse and worse from this point, she still is not phoning in her performances. She's still trying in them. So it's not like, I don't want to use Bruce Willis because he obviously had his other issues, but other actors who get stuck doing just sort of like random garbage that goes like direct to Redbox. So John Travolta's been doing a lot of it. John Malkovich. You know, actors who have talent, and you know they have talent, and they still show up in like a mainstream movie sometimes, but, you know, they're not as in demand as they used to be because they're getting older, and so they have to go where the money is and what they're being paid for. The difference is, if you're a male actor, like a John Travolta or a Nicolas Cage or John Malkovich, you might be in your 50s before this happens. If you're a female actor and you were in genre stuff, this happens when you're in your 30s. And that seems unfair, and it seems like you could definitely be giving some of these people more of a shot. I mean, John Travolta's career was dead before Pulp Fiction when he was making, you know, Look Who's Talking 7 and everything. And it seems like we sometimes forget that even if these actors never reach the mainstream or whatever, it's not like they don't have talent. And you could easily get them at certain stages of their career for reasonably inexpensive compared to other actors, and they're going to bring their A game. So, if anything, this next period when I go over the other movies that she's making post-Grace, it's basically her giving better performances than the movies she's in deserves. Some of these movies will be fun, some of them will be a little interesting, a lot of them will not deserve her talents, and I don't blame her for picking the roles, because you gotta go with who's gonna hire you, because you gotta keep the lights on at home. And you got to keep your name in there and everything. You need to keep your SAG registration active. But it makes me sad that casting directors and filmmakers didn't see her work in these movies and was like, you know, there's a lot of potential there to put her in something other than, you know, the love interest in a Hallmark movie or a generic mother in another thing. So anyway, that's my little rant about this next thing, but The Wishing Well, I didn't see it because I couldn't find it to watch. First Dates, 2010. So this is a short film, it's about half an hour, and this was actually pretty fun. I think I found it, I forget if I found it on YouTube or Vimeo, but it was pretty easy to find once I Googled it. But it has a certain structure that I thought was pretty fun, where it follows two people on a first date, and one of them is clearly into the other person, and the other person's not. And then it will show the person who is not into that date have a first date with someone else, like the next night or whatever, and this time the person we know from the previous date is into it and the other person isn't. And they might we might cut to them talking about not being into it in the next one. And so it sort of daisy chains from there as we go from different first dates where, you know, person A is into it, person B is not, and the next date person B is, but person C is not, and the next one person C is, but person D is not. And it has a nice little trajectory there. So it's got a good structure. It's definitely a cool concept as far as, you know, miscommunications or different perceptions when you're on a first date. And so I thought that was pretty interesting, and some of it is actually pretty funny. Aside from Ladd, there's a couple other people. There's can't remember her name, but the girl from Californication and The Collector and Twin Peaks: The Return. Madeline Zima. I just had to look up her name. I forgot it. But she's in it, and I had fun with this one. I just really liked that concept and that structure for a short film. It really works pretty well, because you get like one date, and then if you're not as interested in that one, it goes to the next date, and you see how someone's behavior changes between a date they're not into and a date that they are into. And I just thought it was definitely a clever idea for it. So Ladd's character plays a nurse, and on one date, she's having a date with a hypochondriac. And so the hypochondriac is really into her because she's a nurse and all that stuff. But then on the next date, she definitely wasn't into that hypochondriac because, he's a little crazy. But she ends up going on a date with a younger, like, frat bro. And the frat bro on his next date will later say that he wasn't really into it, but, he still wanted to hit. But then, so they go over to her place. She's a single mom. But then she does a sex act that he wasn't into and was disgusted by. So it's a pretty fun thing, especially because you see how Ladd's character on the first date that she's not really into is still like polite and jovial, but on that second date with the young strapping frat boy, she's more like sexually forward and into it. And it's a nice little play on that. And then her character comes back a little bit later after a few dates have gone by, and someone else on one of the dates ends up in the hospital. But it's a pretty funny short. I really enjoyed it. I mean, again, it's only like half an hour. There's a couple recognizable faces in it. It's got an interesting, cool structure. It goes along pretty quickly. I don't know. I liked it. So, as someone who I'm really kind of, at this point in my life, I haven't always been into short films, but obviously I've watched a number of them. But at this point, I'm really dipping my toe more into that as an art form because, it's basically just the filmic version of a short story, and there's a lot of really bad short films, but short films are also a tool that directors have used to, get into film festivals and to use as like a resume or a calling card to get features and everything. So, yeah, I mean, even this past year I saw Pedro Almodovar's Strange Way of Life short film in theaters. They were playing that, plus another one of his short films, plus a Q&A. So it was like, yeah, I'll go see that, because, I'm a huge Ethan Hawke fan and everything. So why not go see that short film? But of the short films of Ladd's that I was watching through this whole thing, this is probably my favorite of them. Just because it works as what it is. It works as just this little, short thing where you just kind of go in date to date, and it follows this interesting structure, and you see the contrast between how people act on dates they're not into versus into, and yeah, it's cute. I liked it. Air Collision, 2012. Air Collision is a movie from The Asylum. The Asylum, the very low-budget studio that's most famous for Sharknado. They do a lot of mockbusters where they, try to jump on the bandwagon of a mainstream movie by having a movie that is titled similarly or has a somewhat similar logline to it so that they can, make some money off of that. Master Chaos, who I've been on some live streams with, he's directed a handful of movies from them. Most Asylum movies are bad. let's just face it. Most of them are pretty terrible. And the reason for this seems to be that the people at the asylum, they don't give you enough money or enough days to film a good movie. It seems like they just want some sort of just like ash can movie so that they can just like push into Redbox or streaming and make a couple quick bucks and then move on to the next thing. It's not really about the art. It's just about assembly line churning and just making the cheapest thing possible. So that really differentiates it from something like Roger Corman or whatever, where they legitimately seem to have, artistic aspirations even under low-budget constraints and stingy producers and everything. Asylum really just feels like a cynical factory of which art cannot escape. But Air Collision coming in 2012, I don't know if it was meant to be a mockbuster of anything around that time, because it's basically about, a plane that is in danger because of lots of different weather events. So maybe it's a little bit of Day After Tomorrow, but there's no, major global warming thing. It's mostly a mockbuster of, 70s airport movies, Airport 75, Airport the Concorde, that kind of thing. A genre that, Airplane, the spoof movie, kind of killed at one point. And even if the Airplane series hadn't already run out of gas by then. It's not good. It has the normal deficits that an asylum movie has, which is a bad script, terrible CGI that's not even trying to be good, nothing original, cliched, shot very perfunctory. Yeah, it's not good. And the thing about Asylum is like, let's take like another studio. Like Full Moon used to make some pretty good movies in like the 80s and maybe even the 90s. Nowadays Full Moon is also just kind of making cynical garbage. But at least it's like attempting to be fun cynical garbage. Like it might just be, 60 minutes, like barely even feature length, if you want to call it feature length, and it's just sort of an excuse to throw like some boobs and some very cheap gore effects or whatever. But at least when Full Moon is making a piece of shit these days, it's trying to be fun or funny. Asylum movies aren't really fun. Like, they're a piece of shit that also seems to take themselves seriously sometimes. Or if they're trying to be fun, like, Dino, Croc, Alligator, whatever, they're winking at the camera too much where they're not actually funny. They're more like, hey, we're making a lazy piece of shit, laugh at us for that. I was like, well, that's not funny. It's a bad movie's only funny if you're trying and failing. But at least with like Full Moon, there's actual like jokes and gags involved, and even if you don't like that, there'll be like some softcore shit or whatever. But Full Moon is obviously gone way down the tube, so most Full Moon stuff sucks nowadays, too, and some of it can barely be called a movie. It's, they're filmed on green screens like a Channel Awesome YouTube video. But Air Collision kind of falls into that thing where it's not very well made, there's nothing really to go on, it's more boring than it is anything else, and yeah. In the movie, Jordan Ladd plays a flight attendant, and there's not much else to go on there. She tries with what minimal material they give her. This movie was probably shot in like 3 days tops. I'm pretty sure all of the airplane stuff was probably filmed in like a day and a half, and they just kind of filmed it sequentially. It's the normal bad cynical asylum garbage. There's not much to say here. Awaken, 2012. So Awaken is a very low budget indie romance. And it's basically about a guy who runs like a bakery or something, or like a coffee shop, and a woman comes in and is kind of flirtatious with him, and this is the woman played by Jordan Ladd, and then she leaves the store and she's like hit by a car and killed, but then her ghost starts to visit him and like romance is him, and it turns out that like the ghost was like her from the past or something. It's been a few months since I've watched this now. It's bad. It's basically, yeah, it's like the romance of like, what if you were dating somebody but they're really dead, but it's also like them from the past or whatever, when you're dreaming. It's kind of a muddled mess. It's basically the very bad version of All of Us Strangers, just without the parent stuff. What makes the movie bad, aside from the plot, which is just kind of standard bad romance movie stuff, is that it's shot like a PureFlix movie. Like, it's not a religious movie, but it's shot and looks as bad and as cheap as a bad Christian movie. Like, so a bad, like, PureFlix movie back when PureFlix was a thing. It looks very much like that. Like, everything has very soft lighting. All of the sets are, like, barely dressed. The camera does basic static movements. It's a bad looking movie, because it just looks cheap and soft and like a Christian movie, even though it's not. And then the story just doesn't have anything. The guy who plays the main actor, or the main character, I hate to harp on actors, because most of the time when a movie is bad, it's not their fault. But the main actor is kind of a charisma black hole, and Jordan Ladd is like really trying and giving her best, trying to be this romantic lead in this movie, and there's just not the material to make it work. Like, I mean, All of Us Strangers showed that you can. I mean, that one has like kind of a surprise like twist portion of it, so I guess spoilers for All of Us Strangers. But that one showed you can still have like a good romance that involves like a human person, a dead person's ghost. And even there's movies like, speaking of Christian movies, the Jim Caviezel, Jennifer Lopez movie Angel Eyes, and the guy doesn't end up actually being dead in that movie. But there's a, like, is he dead? Kind of, there's like that question when you watch the movie. That movie's reasonably decent. So you can definitely have a movie that has a plot like this. It's just that you're mixing like a ghost with also like this kind of time travel element, and then the fact that it's just shot so poorly that it looks like amateur hour is not the best. I mean, I've seen worse, but whatever. The only scene I really liked is there's a scene where Ladd's character makes the guy like a couple different meals from like all around the world, as part of like almost this goodbye kind of thing, because like he knows that she's gonna die but she doesn't because it's her from like the past, or something. And she does like a kind of fun accent for like the British one and everything. It's a cute little moment, and in a different movie it would be a very cute and poignant set piece. It just doesn't work for this particular movie. But yeah, it's this was about the time in Ladd's filmography where I started feeling really sad that she was stuck in stuff like this. But the fact that she's still trying and still gives a good performance in this movie, at least as good as it can be with the material she has to work with, at least that's something. But the movie's bad. There's like no bones about it. It's a bad movie. Murder on the 13th Floor, also 2012. Murder on the 13th Floor is a trip. So it's a TV movie. I think it was originally a Lifetime TV movie. I was able to find it on Tubi though. And hoo boy, there's a lot to unpack in this movie. So it's about a interracial couple. So there's a black man married to a white woman. The white woman is Jordan Ladd, and they have a baby, or not a baby, but like a child. And they live in a high-rise building that's like a smart building, but this is made in 2012, so it's before like Google Home and all that stuff. So it's it's this building that's supposed to be like high tech. So one of the ways they show this is there's a scene where Ladd's character is standing in her underwear in front of her closet door, and she can virtually try on some of her outfits to pick an outfit for the next day. So it'll superimpose like a different top and a different bottom, pants or skirt, over her underwear-clad body. To see what it's like. Now, the scene seems to exist for a couple reasons. It's to show one of the interesting technology things this building has. It might also be just to put Ladd in her underwear, which I certainly don't mind, but it seemed a very cynical way to do that. Because, why I say that? I think it's also to set up that the wife is sexy despite this other plot thing I'm going to talk about in a second. But here's the thing. The clothes that are in your closet are clothes that you've bought. And maybe you've tried those on before, or maybe you've worn them before, but generally you know what clothes you own, unless you are like Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City. So I don't think it is a useful option for a closet door to show you what you're going to look like with clothes you've already worn that you already own superimposed on you. Like, maybe it can mix and match things that you've never mixed and matched before, but if you know what you own, then you kind of already know what you look like and what you own. So, anyway. There's this couple that's married, and the husband is having an affair with the nanny. And the nanny is played by pre-famed Tessa Thompson from the Thor movies. So the husband is having an affair with the nanny. And he gets the nanny pregnant. And the wife finds out about this because one of the features of this building is a smart toilet that can perform instant urinalysis. So you sit down, you piss on the toilet, and the toilet can immediately scan that for like blood or disease or kidney stones or whatever. And so the toilet basically outs the nanny as being pregnant. And I forget, it's been a while since I've seen the movie. I forget if it also is able to somehow like run DNA and show that it's the father or whatever. But yeah. Now, we all know that Lifetime TV movies, one of the main subgenres of that is like the woman scorned. And a lot of times, if there's a TV movie where a partner is being cheated on, the person who is being cheated on is our protagonist or the person we're meant to sympathize with. And the cheater, who is running around in their marriage, is the villain. This movie's different. This movie paints Jordan Ladd's character as the bad guy. Her husband is cheating on her with the young nanny, but she's the bad guy. Now, the reason for this is that when she finds out that the nanny is pregnant from her husband, she hires two guys to basically, like, kill her husband or the nanny or both. Again, it's been a few months, I forget who she hires them to kill. But she's basically putting a hit out on somebody. And then some of what ends up happening with the movie is the killers or whatever, they kill the wrong person, which is, I think, meant to be purposely funny, but they kill the wrong person. But they also just decide to kidnap her son and hold it for ransom for more money than she was originally paying for them instead. So this is kind of a wacky movie. And then some of the smart building stuff gets in the way as far as the features of the building. So it reminded me a little bit of that TV movie with Paul Reiser from the 90s, The Tower. Because that was also like about like an evil smart building. This one, the building's not really evil, it's just kind of neutral, and it's the human beings that are evil. But it's so weird that this movie it creates this weird technology that doesn't exist to add a sci-fi element to a movie that is basically just about a cheating husband. But then the movie has the gall to make the woman who is cheated on the villain for, like, how dare she be mad that her husband is knocking up the nanny and preventing the nanny and the husband from living happily ever after with the child who likes the nanny more than his own mother. The fact that they're an interracial couple also sort of adds a weird element to this movie, where the husband and the nanny are both black. The child appears black, even though within the diegesis of the movie you'd be biracial. And so there's also like this weird racial undercurrent of like, because she's like the white wife, that she doesn't belong here and they should like stick to their own. It's a weird, there's weird racial politics in this movie that don't quite belong, I don't think. So yeah, there's a lot going on in this movie. I am not going to sit here and claim that this is a good movie. What I will say is that for someone who hates Lifetime TV movies and will often derogatorily refer to them as the lowest form of human entertainment, I had fun watching this one because it's so goddamn bonkers. This is a really weird, like, they could have easily just made a standard generic movie about a husband who's cheating on his wife with the nanny and the kid likes her better and she and the wife ends up going crazy if they want to villainize the wife. But why did they have to add a high-tech AI smart building and two goons who are hired as hitmen? Like, there's so much extra here. Like, why did they do this? I don't know. Anyway, the movie it's bad, but it's fun bad. It's enjoyable bad, and that's all you can really hope for if you're watching one of these Lifetime TV movies things. Like, just make it bonkers and make it fun, and that's what the movie is. Problematic racial politics aside, it's a fun one. Stanley's Adventures, 2013. So technically, you can call this a short film, but it's not. This is basically a prospectus. So, this is a movie about, like, a tax accountant for the mob who ends up pretending to be a mobster for reasons. And it's very clear watching this that it's not actually a short film. What it is it's a series of scenes from a feature-length screenplay that have been shot and compiled together as a method of attempting to raise money to make the feature. So it doesn't tell a cohesive story from beginning to end. It's just like, here's a scene from my script, here's another scene from my script, here's another scene from my script, so you can get the basic idea of what I'm trying to make. If you like what you see, give me money so we can make the feature. That's what this is. This is basically like an investor presentation. It's not really a short film in and of itself. So it runs about 30 minutes, and it's basically just a hodgepodge of these scenes. The guy who wrote it, and I think also directed it, he plays the main guy where he's like this nerdy tax accountant or whatever. And then he ends up, because he looks like a mafioso, he goes undercover as an actual mafioso. And he definitely looks like a mobster, as far as like if you wanted an Italian mafia member out of central casting, he looks like that. But he doesn't really pull off the nerdy tax accountant thing. So the movie's definitely trying to be a comedy. It's not funny, at least what he shot isn't funny. But what I find weird about that is, in the late 90s and early 2000s, prior to The Sopranos really, there was a brief period where Hollywood was making a couple mafia-themed comedies. It was a very short-lived mini-trend of only a couple movies, but you had Analyze This from Harold Ramis. You had Jane Austen's Mafia from the Zucker brothers, though eventually they dropped off to Jane Austen when they figured out that teen boys didn't know who Jane Austen was, but that was basically just one of the Zucker brothers spoof of mafia movies. And then there was Mickey Blue Eyes with Hugh Grant and James Caan. There was also Analyze That, the sequel to Analyze This, which wasn't very good. But I think that died out for two reasons. One is that only Analyze This was a hit of any of those. I forget if Analyze That did money too, but Mafia and Mickey Blue Eyes both bombed. But then also The Sopranos premiered in the early 2000s, and The Sopranos, while not a comedy, not like a laugh riot or anything, it had humor in it. Also funny when compared to Analyze This, it also involved a mafia guy going to therapy. They even name-check Analyze This in an episode of The Sopranos. Tony was searching for a different therapist besides Melfi, and he's like, Analyze This, it's a fucking comedy. when a therapist was like, I've seen Analyze This, I know how this is going to go. I don't know why that came to me. So 2013 is like over 10 years too late to be making a mafia comedy. It's definitely... I guess you could also throw the Jerky Boys movie into there too from the mid-90s, because that was also a comedy that dealt with the mafia. But yeah, mafia comedies, it had like this brief blip when I was in high school of like that late 90s, early 2000s, and making one in 2013 seems whatever. I guess that's why Stanley's Adventures never became a feature, 11 years later. But yeah, this is not really a short film, it's like a prospectus. Jordan Ladd's character, she seems to be I think she's a mafia wife. It's a little hard to discern. Like, she's either the wife of a mafioso who is then hooking up with Stanley, or she's just a woman who operates in mafia circles who ends up becoming the girlfriend of Stanley. I'm also not sure if Stanley is doing a Prince and the Pauper thing where he's impersonating an actual mafioso that he just happens to look like, or if he's just pretending to be a random mafioso. I mean, it has been a few months since I've watched it, but it's also a short film that's not telling a full story, it's just a bunch of scenes. But that being said, Ladd gets to do like a New Jersey, Brooklyn-ish accent in it that's pretty funny. And, yeah, she's basically, typical mafia Italian wife with the accent. She seems to be having fun doing it. The guy who played the villain in Jim Carrey's The Mask is also in this, so I think the guy who wrote and directed it, he's also... I've seen him in other stuff, so he's like a supporting actor and stuff, a character actor. So I think he maybe called in a couple favors to get this thing cast. But yeah, it's not really a short film at all. It's just a series of scenes from an unproduced screenplay to try and raise money that was unsuccessful. Yeah, it's not really worth watching unless you really are a big fan of Ladd like I am and you want to see her as like an Italian mafia wife. And as someone who grew up in New England around a lot of Italian people, some of that hit close to home. Some of that was very true to life as far as like Italian people, not necessarily Italian people in the mafia, but people who would like to pretend they were in the mafia, because that's a lot of the town I was raised in. So yeah. But otherwise, it's not particularly good. But you can find it pretty easily on YouTube if you want to check it out for yourself. Brentwood Strangler, 2015. Brentwood Strangler is a short film. You can find it on YouTube. And I saw like a poster for it on IMDb, and Jordan Ladd's official Facebook had some stuff from it for a little while. And it looked like it was just like a serial killer horror short. That's not what this is. It's actually a comedy. And it's sort of a parody of Hallmark Christmas movies, where Jordan Ladd her character is about to go on a blind date, and the person she's going on a blind date with has been murdered by a serial killer, so she ends up going on the date with the serial killer who, she's arrived for the date while he was, like, stuffing the body in, like, a ice chest or wherever he stuffs it. So they end up going on a date. And the Jordan Ladd character is a little desperate and a little horny, and is completely ignoring all of the serial killer's red flags, and she's just like really into it, and it's pretty funny. I actually enjoyed this. It's only a couple minutes long. I think it's maybe 10 minutes tops, 10, 15. But it's pretty funny because it does follow a lot. It's shot and it has the music of, and it follows a lot of the conventions of a Christmas movie with like, mistaken identities and all that stuff that you'd see in like a rom-com, but with a serial killer who wants to murder this woman. And then Ladd's character is a little unhinged herself and is weird, so it ends up being pretty funny. One thing I really liked is when they're going on their date and they're driving to the restaurant to get their dinner or whatever, Ladd's character is driving and they have a whole conversation about, the woman driving on a date, and Ladd's character goes into how it makes her feel like safe and autonomous or whatever, and the serial killer guy is kind of like complaining because it's like anti-masculine or not the way you're supposed to do it or whatever, and all I can think is like me, my autistic self who is terrible at driving and hates driving, if I'm, like a dream scenario for me would be like going on a date with Jordan Ladd and then she does the driving. So I'm like, dude, why are you complaining, you crazy ass serial killer? The guy who plays the serial killer isn't the best as far as his performance. I think he's not playing it quite right. But Ladd does a great job in this, is like playing like a specific type of not dangerous unhinged, but like normal crazy, I want to say, where she's just a little off kilter as far as like, like if you went on a date with her character in real life, you'd tell your friends like this girl was a little kooky, like not dangerous kooky, not like red flag kooky, just a little off in a way that you can't really articulate, and Ladd is perfect at that. And the fact that her character is like this is what throws the serial killer for a loop when he's just like, all right, well, I'm stuck doing this to hide this other murder, so I'll just go through this and like strangle her later or whatever. And it doesn't go like that at all. It's for a parody horror short thing, this was a pretty fun time. So you can find it on YouTube pretty easily. Just type in like Brentwood Strangler. But this was a fun one. I like this one. Stage Fright, 2017. This movie might have another title too, but I saw it as Stage Fright. But this was a Lifetime TV movie, and Ladd plays an opera singer who had to deal with a stalker. And after that stalker was caught or killed or whatever, she went into retirement. And the movie takes place when she's about to come out of retirement to perform again, and someone else starts knocking off people around like the venue that she's going to be at. This was directed by Fred Olen Ray, Hollywood Chainsaw Hookers fame. Olen Ray is a very, journey, he has a large filmography. He's like a big journeyman director. He's done everything from horror to sci-fi to erotic thrillers. He's done like a bunch of cheap direct-to-video stuff, a bunch of TV movies. The guy's constantly working. So I was interested to see what would happen with Fred Olen Ray doing a Lifetime TV movie that is also borders on being a slasher movie at times. And again, it's a TV movie for Lifetime, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's good. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it more than I thought. There's a couple funny things about this. One thing is, during the opening credits, it's panning over a bunch of like articles and stuff about Ladd's character being this famous opera singer and different photos and everything to sort of like set up what's happened prior to the beginning of the movie. And some of the images they use are real-life images of Jordan Ladd on the red carpet for, like, other movies. So, like there's definitely pictures of her from the premiere of Grindhouse, which I know because I have some photos of that from, like, Getty Images saved because she was really attractive there. So it's weird to see, like, oh, this opera singer was invited to the opening of Grindhouse because you could see, like, the Grindhouse posters behind her on, like, this tacked bulletin board. We were seeing these photos of this famous opera singer who was invited to, Hollywood horror movie premieres. So I thought that was funny. This is also a movie that has Ladd playing single mother to like a teen daughter. And it's very weird seeing Ladd play a mother to a teenager. One, because Ladd doesn't have any kids to my knowledge. But also it's always weird, even though I'm 40, it's still always weird when people who I would consider contemporaries, Ladd's a few years older than I am, have kids who are like old enough to go to college. It's just kind of threw me for a loop. It's also it's one of those things, again, kind of like I was talking to in my Wishing Well segment, where it's like they don't know what to do with you at a certain age, so you're a mom. Those are the roles you get. The roles you can get are 20-year-old woman I want to fuck, or mother and homemaker. Like, Hollywood doesn't know how to cast actresses above 30 at some point. But yeah, I mean, the structure of this is pretty traditional, where different people are getting knocked off. Like a stagehand is getting killed or whatever, and you don't know who the killer is. And eventually there's a revelation as to who the killer is and their motive. So it's a whodunit slasher, but for the TV movie crowd. So it's aimed at like 58-year-old women who are watching this on a Saturday afternoon while they're, doing something else in the background. It's a second screen worthy, I guess. But for what it is, it's not terrible. I mean, Fred Olen Ray knows how to direct a movie. He's it doesn't look great or anything, but it looks competent. It looks the way it's supposed to. It doesn't look as cheap as some of the other movies on this list from this era. But yeah, it's not that bad. And also, that actress I mentioned who was in Nowhere with Ladd, she also shows up in this one as well as a different opera singer who is like presently popular, and so, knocking her off allows Ladd's character to get like top billing at this thing where she's performing again. And you have the element of like, her daughter might be in danger as well, so you have that going on. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard like whodunit murder mystery type stuff, but for Lifetime. And Fred Olen Ray did put in like a sprinkling of slasher elements. I mean, the title Stage Fright has already been used for God knows how many. There's like that musical slasher movie with Minnie Driver. There's the Italian movie with the guy with the owl mask on. Stage Fright has been used a lot, which is why I think this movie has a different title somewhere else. But I found it on Tubi as Stage Fright. But it's fine. Like, I wouldn't tell you to rush out and watch it. It's and it's not as like so bad it's good like Murder on the 13th Floor is. Murder on the 13th Floor is probably a more enjoyable movie because of how wacky it is. Stage Fright is a little bit more cut and dry for what it is. But as far as if you're grading it on a curve, which I would be for a TV movie, I enjoyed it. It's not too shabby. It's nice to kind of see that. And yeah, aside from that opening where you see like Jordan Ladd at like the at the Grindhouse premiere, and she's supposed to be the opera singer. That part's amusing, but other than that, it works fine on its own level. The Assault, 2017. It's also called Blue Line, I guess, in some ways, which is odd because this isn't like a super pro-cop movie or anything. The Assault feels like a movie made by non-movie people to as basically like an investment. I mean, all movies are investments to a certain event. You know, studios or production companies, they put money into these movies and they hope to turn a profit somewhere down the line. But there's studios and companies that are specifically set up to make movies. And then there are individual like investors who are like, hey, we have some money, let's make a movie. And that's what this feels like. It feels like it's a movie where the money was put up by people who aren't necessarily movie people, just as just as a profit-making investment thing, where maybe their main source of income isn't movies, but they figure, we can put together a couple kind of sort of names, throw them into a movie filmed at like a not very movie-ish area. This looks like it was filmed in, I don't know, Pennsylvania or maybe somewhere in New England. And then they can sell the foreign rights off of either the basic log line or a couple names in it and push it to Redbox and basically spend a low amount of money for a low budget and then, make a small, healthy profit and then move on to the next thing. It is kind of the business model of those who make like the direct-to-video, or they used to make the direct-to-video Bruce Willis movies and things like that. That's kind of what their basic business model is. And that's what this feels like. This feels like a couple of jamokes from like Jersey or Pennsylvania or whatever. They had a couple $100,000, maybe just tens of thousands of dollars, and they're like, let's just make a movie rather than investing in, some other business or bonds or something. So the plot involves some sort of like gangster or criminal enterprise guy. He has some legitimate businesses mixed in with the illegitimate business, and he also beats his wife, played by Jordan Ladd. And as it turns out, a bunch of his businesses are getting hit by these two masked assailants, and we eventually find out it's one of them is his wife, so Ladd's character, and the other one is her friend. And then we have a cop who comes in to just investigate the different crimes involved, and that is played by the late Tom Sizemore. Tom Sizemore, it wouldn't be fair to say he's phoning in his performance here, but he's not giving it his all in this one. It's definitely just a paycheck for him, as opposed to Ladd, who seems to really be trying. So the movie's not good, but it's certainly watchable. But it definitely feels like one of those movies that's made by complete amateurs. Which isn't to say that it's terribly made or even terribly shot or anything. It's not well shot. I'll get into one example in a minute. But it definitely looks like a movie that was not made by movie people. It was just some people who had money and were looking for something to invest in, and they're like, let's just do movies. We like movies, we watch movies, they probably watch a lot of action movies or crime thrillers, and like, we can definitely do the same thing, and you can't do the same thing. But, it's not bad. It's above Asylum quality, I'll give it that. So here's the thing. Jordan Ladd is a very short person. I think she might be like 5 feet tops. I'm taller than her, and I'm a very short dude. So when an early part of this plot is contingent on her husband and his goons not knowing who these two random people ripping them off are, it strains credulity, because if you have two armed assailants with masks who are just breaking into these different places and robbing them and what have you, and one of them is significantly shorter than the average height of a person, that's going to stand out and be very recognizable and probably put a bullseye on his wife's head like immediately. And movies can be shot in a way that cuts back on how jarring disparate heights can look on people. I mean, just look at the movies that Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman made together. Tom Cruise is like my height, and Nicole Kidman is significantly taller. But if you watch, Eyes Wide Shut or Days of Thunder, it's not terribly obvious that they have that huge height disparity when you're watching those movies, because of the way things are framed, and maybe they put Tom Cruise on an apple box at some point. So there's that. But then, because I assume the filmmakers and the director aren't as well versed in how to make a professional looking movie, there's a couple scenes where, let's say, there's a scene where Ladd is, she's like got these like duffel bags full of like money or whatever, and she's like running. And, a professional movie would make this look like exciting. The camera might be a little bit closer to her. It might be like right behind her, like waist up. Maybe a little shaky cam to just show that character's like urgency and her fear and the adrenaline running as she's trying to make her escape. But instead, this movie just locks the camera off, like, across the street. So it's just a wide master shot, and it just emphasizes how tiny she is, trying to lug these bags, and it ends up looking unintentionally funny when the whole point of the scene is that, a bunch of people have died, and she's trying to make a getaway from her abusive husband with the money that she's stolen from his businesses. So it doesn't work that well. There's also, like, things where, if you're an amateur film production, you can't always control for things like the weather. So there's, like, a scene that looks like it's just on, like, the sidewalk next to, like, an abandoned office building that they had for an exterior. And you have Tom Sizemore talking to another character, and it just starts snowing, but it's not, like, visually interesting movie snow. It's just, like, normal, regular, like, oh, it decided to flurry today. And you can tell that both actors are just cold and miserable, and they just want to spit their lines out so they can go sit in front of a heater or something. So, it's things like that. There's a couple different, like, stupid lines of dialogue. At one point, Ladd's friend is holding some people at gunpoint. She's like, lay down face first or something like that, and it's very awkward. But the movie itself isn't terribly bad. Oh, yeah, there's the thing where Tom Sizemore looks like Tom Sizemore and is Tom Sizemore's age, and yet every young woman thinks he's God's gift to women and throws herself at him in the movie. Because there's a scene where he's going into, I think it's supposed to be a strip club in the movie, but in real life it was probably just a bar, so they couldn't have any, like, nudity or anything, so it just looks like a bar in the middle of the day that happens to have, fully dressed strippers who just look like they're, like, waitresses at Chili's or something. So yeah, it's not a good movie. Some of it is unintentionally funny. Some individual moments or individual scenes work, and the general plot of just like an abused wife trying to rip off her, gangman or gangland boss's husband's businesses or whatever, that could totally work for an action movie or something. But clearly this thing cost, like, I don't know, $50,000 maybe? I don't know what it cost. And it just is not very good. But of this run I've been having of not very good movies that Ladd has been in, like Air Collision and stuff like that, this is closer to looking like a real movie at times. Not super close, but it's not terrible. It's also not as fun as some of the wackier TV movies like Murder on the 13th Floor. Or to a lesser extent Stage Fright, because that's not as wacky. But it's okay. It's worse than okay, but grading on a curve. It's better than some of those direct-to-video Bruce Willis movies that I've watched. It's better than Cosmic Sin and Murder in the Switchgrass and stuff like that. So take that with the faint praise that it comes with. Good Grief, 2017. The more I think back to this movie, the more I hate it. Because I gave this a 1.5 when I reviewed it on Letterboxd, which is the same grade I gave, like, The Assault and some of these other movies I've been discussing. But when I think back to these movies that I've watched for her filmography, Good Grief is one that kind of pisses me off. So here's the thing. The Good Grief is basically a ripoff of The Big Chill. It's about a group of friends who get together because of the death of a person. So they're getting together for like the wake and the funeral and stuff. So it's The Big Chill. But the gimmick here is that all of the characters are meant to be adult versions of the Peanuts gang from the Charles Schulz comic strips and the Snoopy cartoons and stuff. So okay, so that's your gimmick. Your gimmick is The Big Chill with the Peanuts gang. What do you do with it? This movie's answer is nothing. Like, this movie, if you're going to make that the gimmick that you're hanging your movie on, you have to do something with it. Are you doing a parody or a spoof of the Peanuts? Are you making some sort of commentary or saying something about the Peanuts strip and using this as your vehicle to say something about, I don't know, how that strip from the 50s and 60s is, doesn't relate to today's problems, or are you making some sort of commentary about that view of Americana versus today, or what are you doing with it? This movie doesn't do anything with it. It's just a bad, low-budget, Big Chill ripoff with this gimmick that doesn't work and isn't funny with the Peanuts. So the person who's died is meant to be the Charlie Brown character, and then other characters in this movie are represented of Franklin and Schroeder, the piano player, and Lucy, and all of that stuff. And it's just a lot of nothing. It's just these characters talking about their interactions when they were kids. Like the grown-up Pigpen is like, hey, why didn't you smell all that time? But nothing's done with it. There's no greater commentary. There's no greater angle to it. It's basically just trying to do a funeral hangout movie with adult Peanuts. But there's nothing clever. There's nothing here. This movie is nothing. And at first, when I first watched it, I'm like, all right, well, this sucks. But at least the guy had an angle. But the guy who directed this really doesn't have an angle. He just was like, let's do The Big Chill, and let's make them Peanuts characters, and we'll call the movie Good Grief, because that's one of Charlie Brown's lines, and we'll keep things vague enough that the estate of Charles Schulz can't sue me. Despite the fact that this doesn't seem to really fit the parody fair use exception, because there's nothing here that's really terribly making fun of the Peanuts. This might run afoul of that court case with the Dr. Seuss and the Star Trek book or whatever, where you're just using the characters, but you're not elevating it to humor. There's no real commentary involved. There's just nothing. I should point out this is another movie where Jordan Ladd and Rachel True are in it together. So this they were also in Stage Fright, and they were, of course, in Nowhere together. So this is another movie that they've done together. So I don't know if one got hired for it and brought the other one on, or if they're just friends with the guy who wrote and directed it. Not sure how this came together, but given that most of this movie takes place in either a single bar or a funeral reception, a graveyard, in a house, I'm guessing this thing cost like next to nothing, and some of these people might be in the movie just as favors. But there's no particular like drama or anything involved either. Like, one of the characters had a crush on the Charlie Brown character's younger sister, who's the character played by Jordan Ladd. But she had left town and became an adult film star, and so there's like some stuff there. But there's nothing here. Like, the movie doesn't really generate any laughs. It doesn't generate really much of any drama. And it's not doing anything with its Peanuts conception. So you're watching it and you're like, why am I watching this? This movie has zero reason to exist. There's nothing going on here. If I wanted to watch The Big Chill, I could just watch The Big Chill. Or if I want to watch Snoopy Come Home, I'll watch Snoopy Come Home. Like, there are SNL sketches about the Peanuts gang that have more to say about the Peanuts than this movie does. Like, I really don't know what this movie's fucking point is. So when I watched it, I was like, okay, well, I mean, the sound is of a professional level, and, it's not a good-looking movie from a visual or directorial or cinematography standpoint. It kind of just looks like any low-budget Gravitas Ventures, Amazon Prime original or something that you might stumble upon. But it's not like incompetently shot. It's not The Room or Get Even or anything or Champagne and Bullets. So I think I just kind of cut it some slack for just looking vaguely, not professional, but at least vaguely like a movie. Or at least being like the bare bones of competency. But then the more I think about it, the more I'm just really upset that this movie was made as a gimmick and it can't deliver on the gimmick. Like, say something about the Peanuts, make some sort of commentary about that and how it works through a modern lens, or a good faith interpretation of where these characters actually would be, as opposed to adult film star or former drug addict, or you're just kind of like throwing a bunch of like faux edgy shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. For Ladd's part, she actually is good in the role. As sort of the prodigal daughter returning and feeling like she's on the outs. She's got a little bit of guilt that she's dragging on, and also a little of what might have been stuff. And she's not phoning it in. None of the actors are really actually phoning it in. They're probably playing it the way they're told to play it, which is a little on the Kevin Smithy side, but not as like snarky and aimed at teenage boys. The guy who directed it is playing like the Franklin character, and he's definitely the worst of the actors. So I don't know. Maybe the movie was just made just as that guy's calling card or resume builder, and he thought like, hey, the Peanuts thing is like a hook to make this stand out, because without the Peanuts thing, this is just a micro-budget Big Chill ripoff. But it's not even like crass or cynical in the way that some people said like the Winnie the Pooh horror movies were. Like, the people who complained about the Winnie the Pooh horror movies and claimed that it was just like a lazy, no effort cash grab in attaching itself to an IP, that's how I feel about Good Grief, this movie. Like, the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 1 and 2, they're not the best movies. You might argue they're not even good. But at least there is effort involved in those. So I do disagree with the people who think they're just like lazy and completely cynical. This feels very cynical. It's not super lazy, because I mean it would just be a bunch of like master shots or like a static 2-shot for a lot of stuff. But there's nothing. This is just like first level thinking that never goes to second level thinking. The guy was just like, Big Chill with the Peanuts gang, and did nothing from that. Like a couple jokes about how Pigpen used to not wash as a kid or something, or Lucy actually becoming a therapist, and there's nothing here. So yeah, I kind of hated this movie. It sucks. I can't even. I'm struggling for things to defend it. I mean, Ladd is blameless, not her fault. Not really any of the other actors' faults either, but... Oh, yeah, that was the thing, too. So they have Peppermint Patty and Marcy as, like, actual, like, out lesbians, which is, like, the first base-level commentary about those characters. That, Peppermint Patty's like, hey, Chuck, but that those two were in a relationship, and she calls him Sir and everything. It's... like, yeah, okay, every parody of the Peanuts has made them explicitly lesbians. Every non-parody that just sort of extrapolates them and makes them like queer heroes has them. So do something else. This movie just stops at the first level of engagement at all times and never does anything more with that. Like you could do something more interesting with that. Yeah, didn't like this one. The Christmas Contract, 2018. I didn't see this one. It wasn't available for streaming when I was doing my binge. It's apparently, I just looked it up, it is on like Tubi and Plex now. But I'm recording this in April, and I'm not in the mood for a Christmas movie, especially one I'm probably not going to like. And Jordan Ladd is only, like, she's, I think, 6th down on the cast list, so she's not even the main character of this. There are a couple people she used to work with, or previously worked with in other movies in this. Jason London is in it, and... he was her co-star in another one of these like Christmas Hallmark TV movie things that I wasn't able to watch. I think think Wishing Well was the one. Jason London I mostly know from Mallrats, but I think he's done some TV work and stuff too. And Cheryl Ladd, Jordan Ladd's mother, is also in this one as well. So I don't know if this was a case where it's a TV movie that hired Cheryl and she brought her daughter along on, or if it was vice versa on this one. But yeah, I don't know much about this. It just seems like it's a Lifetime Christmas movie, generic of that kind of thing. Because she's not the main character and she's so low on the cast list, I'm not really in a rush to watch it for Ladd either. And it's just not my thing. Lifetime TV movies aren't generally my thing. These type of like Hallmark Lifetime Christmas movies are definitely not my thing. So there's a unlikely chance that I would actually like this thing. So couldn't find it, and now that I couldn't watch it, I have no real desire to hurry up and do it. Maybe around Christmas time I'll take a look at it, but wasn't feeling it. The Untold Story 2019. No relation to the Hong Kong Category 3 movie, The Untold Story, which is much better than this one. This Untold Story is about like an older actor whose career has kind of died because he knocked out or decked like a critic after he did some sort of play, and he's basically trying to revitalize his career. But he's older. I think it's played by Dick Van Dyke's son, if I read that correctly, or someone like that. Because I think his grandsons were the original screenwriters behind Don't Worry, Darling. But yeah, he's Dick Van Dyke's son, but he's on the older level. I think he's actually playing... He might be meant to be playing a character who's like 10 to 15 years younger than he actually is in this movie, because he looks like he's in his 60s, and I think the character's written to be closer to like early 40s. But yeah, the movie, the guy moves into like a standard, like, divorced bachelor apartment, and he befriends this like single mother and her kid while he's trying to revitalize his career. And the whole movie seems to be aiming for like a James L. Brooks feel, like something along the lines of As Good as It Gets or something, or maybe even like Jerry Maguire a little bit, as far as like where it's going for like tone and feel, not as far as like narrative similarities. But it's pretty boring. It's not bad really by any means. It's just kind of boring, and I didn't care about this character or his struggles. Also, it's kind of funny that like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood came out around this time, and that's also about like a struggling actor as he ages, and that's miles better than this thing. It does look very cheap, minimal sets with minimal set dressing. The main actor, the Dick Van Dyke's son, he doesn't quite hit the comedic beats that well. I think he's too afraid of making himself not look cool. Like he's too afraid to make himself like the butt of the joke sometimes, despite the fact that the script kind of does at some points. So yeah, it's mostly just a dull bore. I mean, I don't have too much negative to say about it in general. Like maybe it would hit for some people, but it's just cheap and dull. Jordan Ladd's really only in 2 scenes. She plays sort of an ex-girlfriend to Dick Van Dyke's son. And she seems to still have some connections within the business, so her career seems to be more active than his is. And the first scene is just like she's in her car and she sees him and they say hi. And then the second scene, he's invited her to dinner or drinks at a bar because he wants her to help him get his foot back in the door with some sort of business stuff, but she thinks he just called her to hook up, and then she's very disappointed that he won't sleep with her. Like, he says something along the lines of, like, that's, I think we have a little problem here, and then she's like, oh, well, you can just take a blue pill. And in my head, I'm like, what, this fucking dolt is going to turn down a chance to hook up with Jordan Ladd? But it's played for, like, those kind of, Nancy Meyers, James L. Brooks type laughs or whatever, where the protagonist is a little bit older and he's trying to reclaim some of his glory days kind of thing. It's like it's basically the cheap, low budget version of that kind of thing, like a Nancy Meyers, It's Complicated, The Intern type thing. That's kind of the energy this movie's going for. And while I do like James L. Brooks films, or most of them anyway, Nancy Meyers is completely not my thing. So that would be a better comparison, because this movie's also not my thing. It's like, if I don't like the actual top shelf version of what you're trying to serve, then why on earth would I want your $20,000 knockoff movie version of that? So yeah, it's I don't know. It seems like it's a movie that like old ladies might like, like women who are like 65 plus, and they can see like Dick Van Dyke's strapping young 65-year-old protagonist and maybe like him. But this is not at all my thing, and probably won't be yours either. So yeah, stick to the Hong Kong Untold Story. That movie's great, and completely not like anything else here. Also, I don't really think the title makes a whole lot of sense for this film, but yeah, that's all I really have to say about it. Satanic Panic 2019. Satanic Panic is a movie that should be up my alley, but it just doesn't work for me. So this was a movie back when Fangoria was relaunching, because it had gone out of business for a while and it was brought back. But they some of the people involved started producing new movies under like the Fangoria banner. So there was that movie about the haunted porno movie and the theater employees. And the Fangoria Films, or whatever it was called, ended up kind of disbanding because the original owners who brought it back out of like bankruptcy or whatever, they were involved in some like sexual harassment scandals. Dallas Sonier, I think the guy's name was, and he was producing some of these movies. So eventually he like divested, and Revolver or Rebeller or whoever owned Fangoria sold it to who it has now. But for a while it was worrisome that Fangoria would have died because of this one guy's malfeasance and stuff. I think he works for fucking Daily Wire, one of those right-wing horrible production companies now. And I think the guy involved with the actual harassment and stuff was friends with the guy who made A Ghost Story, that director, in The Green Knight. So there was some behind the scenes stuff, but I guess I don't really have to get into much of that here. But this came out from that brief period where Fangoria, the magazine, had restarted up, and so they also like branched out into making movies and filming them around like the Austin, Texas area and that sort of thing. I think this movie is trying to do two different things in like a throwback 80s setting. One is sort of like the young teenager who's in over their head over the course of one night movie. You get stuff like Adventures in Babysitting, License to Drive with the Coreys, stuff like that. That was kind of a big subgenre. I guess even Ferris Bueller's Day Off, even though that's during the daytime and not night. And the practical, gory, satanic horror movie stuff that you might see in like the 70s or 80s. But I feel like the fusion of the tone and the humor doesn't quite work on this movie. Now, I did watch this movie in 2019 when it first came out on Shudder, because I think Shudder had the exclusive streaming rights after a very brief like video-on-demand run. But I remember watching it and not liking it. And then for this deep dive, I revisited it. And I liked it a little bit better than the first time I watched it, but the film still doesn't quite bridge the gap for me. And I wish it did, because I like the cast. As far as Jordan Ladd's role, she is one half of a couple of two parents that we see who are in this like satanic cult, and some of their children in the cult as well. So she doesn't have a big role. She only has like a handful of lines. But you also have Rebecca Romijn and her husband Jerry O'Connell are in it. Jeff Daniel Phillips is in it from a lot of Rob Zombie's more recent stuff, and A.J. Bowen from the mumblecore and mumblegore movements. And I really like one of the movie A.J. Bowen was in, A Horrible Way to Die. That's a really good underrated movie if you haven't seen it. And I appreciate the energy this movie's trying to have in sort of merging that horror movie or horror comedy with that like teen in over the head over the course of one day movie, but it just doesn't fit together, and I don't know if it's because it maybe contains some form of like postmodern irony to it, or it just doesn't feel right. It feels off the entire time. Like it definitely doesn't replicate the aesthetics of movies of that time. Like if you're gonna do a movie like this that is a throwback to Satanic Panic stuff and a certain like 80s or 70s, I think even if you don't shoot it on film, you should at least apply some sort of digital filter to make it look like film. Like Ty West is the best guy to look at this, and West has worked on some stuff with A.J. Bowen. They're both in Your Next together. Ty West filmed House of the Devil on actual 16mm film, and that movie looks great, and it looks of the era because of that. And then with X, that was shot digitally, but it actually had like really realistic looking fake film grain added to that digital film, so it actually kind of has a filmic feel to it. That's the kind of thing you probably need to do on a movie like this, because it just looks too clean and too digital and too modern to be dealing with this time period and these themes. Well, actually, I don't actually think the movie itself is a period piece. The main character is like this pizza delivery person who's driving her Vespa scooter, and she delivers these pizzas to like this mansion, and they stiff her on the tip, and she finds out that what the party at the mansion is because they have to do this like satanic sacrifice to release, Baphomet or whatever demon they're trying to release, and Rebecca Romaine is like the ringleader of all these like rich Satanists or whatever. I guess in hindsight, this movie could be fuel for like the QAnon people and the type of people who think like a bunch of rich celebrities are just Satanists trying to attack children and stuff. But I think this movie predates that, and it's definitely more of a commentary on 80s Satanic Panic as opposed to kind of modern-esque super right-wing political Satanic Panic involving celebrities and adrenochrome and pizza shops in DC or something. Oh, pizza shops, that's another thing too. Damn, this movie really lines up with a bunch of right-wing fear-mongering, doesn't it? I don't know how much of that is purposeful. The movie seems like it was probably shot before all that came to a head, but what do I know? Yeah, I mean, humor's relative, so some of the gags might work better for you than they did for me, but I mostly just didn't think the humor was terribly successful, and since it doesn't aesthetically replicate the types of movies it's throwing back to, it ends up just looking like a poor impersonation of those, and it can't quite bridge the gap into actually being what it wants to be, as opposed to being an imitation of what it wants to be. The movie also slows way down in the second act as our main character is like holed up with like another girl in the area. And then finally you get like a bigger finale, but it also involves like the demon taking a young girl form in like quasi-dream sequence, and that doesn't really work. So a lot of the movie just didn't work for me. This is a movie that a lot of people like, especially horror fans and people in the horror community. And, a lot of people that I follow in the horror world, like Phil Nobile from Fangoria magazine, they were like involved with the production because it was a Fangoria production, but I just wasn't feeling this movie. And I feel bad because, this was Ladd's return to the horror genre, because if you're not counting Stage Fright, she definitely hadn't made a full-throated horror movie in quite a while before this. And it just didn't work for me, and I was very sad about that. So, but I gave it a shot. I gave it another shot, and after 2 shots, I'm like, this isn't for me. But your miles may vary. I mean, it certainly has a good cast, and at least the setup is interesting. So, maybe it'll work better for you, because I think it worked better for a lot more people than how it didn't work for me. So, Voices, 2020. This movie's terrible. It is so amateurishly made, which is sad because the basic concept behind it is kind of interesting. Where it's basically, there's this young girl, she's in a car accident, the car accident kills her mother and it leaves her blind, but after the accident she's able to hear the voices of dead people. We as an audience see them, but she's blinded, so she only hears them. And the movie kind of cuts back and forth between like her teen years and her adult years. And while she's an adult, she's pregnant, and there's this like group of people who are after her child for reasons. And you know, movies about people who have like tragic accidents, and then they can see or hear the dead or whatever. That's a pretty common trope as far as like movies about mediums or people who can talk to the dead. And even like the blind thing, that feels like something out of like Korean or Japanese horror or something, so that's not bad. What is bad is every aspect of this movie feels amateurish. The shot framing choices are terrible. For scenes that are meant to be scary, they are way too brightly and evenly lit, so there's no sense of atmosphere. Most of the actors in this movie are not particularly good. The teenage girl who has to play the main character while she's a teen is not very convincing at playing blind, and I don't expect a 14-year-old or however old she was to be like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman or anything, but the movie also makes the mistake of they give her sunglasses to hide her eyes so she doesn't have to act like she can't see all the time. But the way the movie's lit lets you see past her sunglasses, so you can actually see her eyes like moving normally, like a sighted person's eyes would. So that throws everything off completely as well. Some of the makeup is pretty shoddy for the dead people, and just everything is bad about how this movie is made. Oh, and like even like color timing, like, you know, when I'm editing YouTube videos, because I'm a bad editor and it's just usually me talking to a camera, I use like free-ass DaVinci Resolve. But for this movie, it seems like in order to like color time frames, the editor or the color timer, or whoever did it on this low-budget movie, was just using like the pre-generated like color filters in DaVinci Resolve or something, or iMovie, because it just looks like a bad like color filter was placed on it rather than actual timing. So that's not good. There's also some very shoddy CGI toward the end, but from a storytelling level, the biggest problem this movie has is that our main character, everything happens to her. Nothing is happening because she has like a conflict or a goal or her own agency. Like, our main character is basically just being carried along the current of the movie as other supporting characters or villains are doing stuff. And that makes her a very boring movie when your main character is just kind of reacting as opposed to proactively doing anything. So yeah, that's not particularly good. Jordan Ladd, again, blameless. She plays the mother of the main character during the like childhood and teen years, or not the mother, but the aunt who takes custody over her. And she gets some good stuff to work with. There's a scene where she's like trying to teach her blind niece to swim that I thought was handled pretty well. But yeah, Ladd is really given her A game for a movie where no one else is anywhere close to her league talent-wise. So that makes me sad. But this movie also looks like it cost next to nothing to make. And I remember when I was looking up some stuff about the movie before I wrote my review for Letterboxd, you know, I saw that the director was posting that like a couple like random Regals or whatever showed it for like one night, and they were so happy that their movie was shown in theaters. And you know, I hate to pick on independent filmmakers or want to kick them while they're down or anything, but I would be so pissed if I saw this movie in a theater. This was for free on either Roku or Plex or something. That's where I streamed it. But yeah, this movie's pretty awful. It's just so amateurish. Like, even if you compare it to some of these other movies in this latter part of Ladd's career, like The Assault or some of the TV movies, even by that standard, this looks poor. This looks, you know, not as bad as a Neil Breen movie. It's not that amateurish or unprofessional looking. But this definitely looks like the worst type of thing you'd find scrolling through Amazon Prime and putting on a movie from Gravitas Ventures or Uncorked or one of those companies that just buys off these nothing films and throws them on a streaming service for a little bit of money. It's terrible. And as of this recording, this is the last film credit that Jordan Ladd has. So that also makes it sad that this is the last thing she's been in so far. So I hope she has some projects coming up soon to sort of wipe the taste off of this one. Because while she's good in this movie and she's putting in more effort than the movie deserves and more effort than anyone else in this movie is doing, the movie itself is really horrible. Like, bad. Worse than Good Grief, and I already went off for 10 minutes about how I hated that movie. So that's Voices. As far as what's next, IMDb only has one upcoming project for Ladd. IMDb, a lot of it's user-generated, so you can really not believe a lot of stuff that's on that site on movies that aren't released or just in production, because there's a lot of fake stuff on IMDb. But it's a movie called Letters from Iceland. It seems to have a plot and a cast list and a writer-director. It says it's in pre-production, so who knows. But that's the only project that seems to be on deck for her. And I know lately she's been doing some of the convention circuit. Recently I saw that Cincinnati Horror Hound, I think the festival is, but they had a cast reunion for the cast of Cabin Fever, and then Eli Roth was there, and so there were like group photo ops and everything that were available. It's the only time in my life I've ever wished to be in Cincinnati. I've only been to Cincinnati once. It was just a layover in their airport, and their airport was, it looked like a bus depot. It was ugly and terrible and looked like it was in disrepair. So that's my impression of Cincinnati. But otherwise, yeah, that seemed like it would have been a cool convention to go to. But otherwise, it doesn't look like there's any projects that have been announced that she's been on. So, I'm going to throw out that I hope that casting directors think about her for roles in movies, because she has way more talent than the stuff that she's been in recently. And she's been in a lot of stuff recently, like Good Grief or Voices, that just seem to be very low-budget movies. So I think you could probably cast her for a deal at this point, and she'll deliver her A-game. And it's like such untapped potential when you find that there are these actors who, they're not as big right now, but they were big before, or at least they were in notable projects before. And it's not like their talent disappeared or went away. It's just that the demand for them dried up for whatever reason. But you can still get them for a pretty good rate probably in your movie, and they're going to bring a lot of talent and experience to it. So, I don't know. So, at the end of this deep dive, where I watched almost all of her movies, a handful just weren't available to watch, what does Jordan Ladd's filmography tell me about wider concepts? I mean, in terms of Ladd herself, I have to imagine she has a great work ethic, because even on some of the not as good projects, she still gave an effort and was not phoning anything in. And it seems like she committed to every movie she was in, no matter how small versus how prestigious or anything like that. So if it was a movie that's, gonna just go direct to video, or if it's a movie that's gonna play on 3,000 screens, she still acted as if it was a 3,000 screener. So I have a lot of respect for her for that, because, in some of these other movies, there's been people like Tom Sizemore and whatever who are clearly, not expending more effort than the minimum required. And she was just not going to do that. She was going to, give it her all. But as far as looking at the trajectory of her filmography, what does that tell me about Hollywood or movies or the era of movie making from the 90s to present in general? It tells me that opportunities for talented female actors dry up as they get older, especially if their publicist or the media box them into typecasting them as just a horror person or as a young sex signal, a sex symbol, or things like that. Where it just is like, okay, well now you're over 30. What do we do with you now? Or okay, you did these horror movies and it didn't lead to, and Anya Taylor-Joy roles. So what do we do with you now? And I do think both sexism, ageism, and Hollywood looking down on the horror genre have something to do with that. Now, whether Hollywood's looking down at the horror genre presently in 2024, I'm not sure, because horror movies are one of the few non-expensive, non-blockbuster movies that are actually drawing theatrical audiences in. Just this year, Night Swim seems like it made a small profit. Imaginary seems like it made a small profit. You had Immaculate, which did pretty well for a neon movie. First Omen, which probably underperformed but got good reviews. Abigail, which I just saw a couple days ago and thought it was great. Horror just seems to still be a little strong. There was Late Night with the Devil, which despite the AI controversy was like the highest grossing movie for IFC, which was also interesting since, it was only in theaters for like 3 weeks before it hit Shudder. So horror, the stigma against horror might be falling away a little bit as opposed to, 10 years ago or even 5, even pre-COVID years. So, but it still seems like a lot of genre actors, especially from that like 2000s area, were never appreciated and couldn't bubble up. Like even nowadays, you're looking at like Devon Sawa, who, he was in Final Destination and Idle Hands and stuff like that. And he never blew up. He's been doing some like direct-to-video stuff like Gasoline Alley, which is one of those Bruce Willis direct-to-video movies. Or he was in that Fred Durst movie with John Travolta that everyone makes fun of. But he's kind of come back because he's able to do the Chucky series, and that's gotten a lot of good notices for him. And he's got a very entertaining Twitter account, by the way. So it seems like some of the actors from that period weren't very respected, but nowadays it seems like things are maybe opening up a little bit where we're willing to see them as the talented actors they are, and not just, oh, that's a horror guy or something, even though the deck still seems to be stacked against them in some ways, and that's why they're stuck doing, direct-to-video stuff and things like that. In terms of the whole Nepo baby discourse, it doesn't seem like Jordan Ladd coming from a legacy family really helped her trajectory all that much, aside from getting her foot in the door, because ultimately her big break was Cabin Fever. And while Cabin Fever I don't think is a nepotism thing, it does show what I think everyone might admit to in Hollywood, which is that connections really matter. And, it's quite possible that Jordan Ladd wouldn't have got that role in Cabin Fever if she hadn't been in David Lynch's circle and doing the Darkened Room short film, and Eli Roth having doing some stuff as an assistant for David Lynch, and so all of those people kind of together in that mix. Certainly, that's what led Ladd to having that very small role in Inland Empire. But I think more importantly, that's what led to her connecting with Eli Roth and ending up in Cabin Fever. And later on, I assume that may have had something to do with her being in Death Proof as well, which is probably the most well-known and well-seen movie of her career outside of horror fandom. So connections do matter there. But mainly the thing that sticks with me is that there were a lot of actors who are talented that just never make it to the A-list or maybe even the B-list. And why that happens can be any number of things that aren't that actor's fault or have anything to do with their talent. Just like people who are untalented end up getting famous, maybe because they're attractive or they're just right place, right time. There are plenty of talented people whose careers just seem to fizzle and don't go anywhere. And I think specifically with Ladd, I think sexism and ageism have a lot to do with that. Because even actors who have reached something of the A-list, like Andie MacDowell, she's not exactly like rolling in roles these days. And then you have, actors who have won Oscars, like Jane Fonda, and they're stuck doing shit like 80 for Brady as they get older, you know? They're not exactly getting some of the best, they're not getting terms of endearment for their older female roles, you know? It also just kind of shows how the landscape has changed for horror actors, though, because if you look at some of the big female actors in horror today, or even if they're not exclusively horror but have done a lot of horror roles, it seems like they're having a better time breaking out into more mainstream roles and sponsorships and things. You know, Sydney Sweeney was in a lot of horror movies before Euphoria, and she just came out with Immaculate. Mia Goth, who's obviously done a lot of indie stuff but has done a lot of horror lately. You know, controversy about her maybe kicking an extra and being married to Shia LaBeouf aside, she's doing pretty well. Anya Taylor-Joy, who, you know, her big break was The Witch, and she's gone on to do all these big roles. Florence Pugh, who was able to do Midsummer, she's all over the place these days. Yeah, it just seems like especially if you're an indie horror actress these days, it's a lot easier to get out there and be a bit more popular than, you know, the indie horror actors of the early 2000s, or even, you know, the ones from the 90s who sort of maybe started off on CW or WB sitcoms or hour-long dramas, and then they moved to, like, the neo-slashers, post-Scream, or the American J-horror remakes, or just horror remakes of the 2010s, like Jessica Biel being in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre one. A lot of those actors didn't really get that big once, you know, their particular subgenre of horror died out, or once they tried to expand beyond horror to other stuff. But it seems like that stigma may be broken in the modern era, partly because the so-called elevated horror is viewed as something that is more worthwhile than mainstream horror. Maybe it's because these actors have diversified their screen roles, so they intersperse the horror with other stuff, or like Anya Taylor-Joy doing The Menu, which I don't consider a horror movie, but other people consider it a bit more horror adjacent, so maybe moving a little adjacent there. Or, and this goes for more than the horror genre, but I think if you're an actor, especially a female actor nowadays, the one way to combat the ageism and sexism is to get into producing on top of acting. If you look at Margot Robbie, where, you know, she also produced the Barbie movie that she was in, and she's producing movies even she doesn't star in. So that's sort of future-proofing her career to where if there comes a point where casting directors don't want to put her in a movie because they think she's, like, too old for a movie or whatever, or not sexy enough for a movie, then she can at least get things across the finish line by producing. And you also see this with Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney is an actor who, because she is super attractive and looks like something a teenager would create out of their weird science computer, if they're thinking of like a attractive actress, you know, at some point she's not going to be the next new young thing. And a lot of people stultify or decentralize her talent and only view her as her attractiveness, despite the fact that she's given great performances and stuff like Immaculate and Euphoria and Reality and all of this stuff. So by her doing some producing work, like she produced Anyone But You and Immaculate, she's sort of future-proofing her own career, where if there comes a time where she turns 35 or whatever, and suddenly Hollywood's like, well, you're not fuckable enough because you're not 21 or whatever, she will still have a career because she can use producing as her leverage to get projects off the ground in a way where if no one else will open the door for her, she'll open it for her herself. And even outside of the sexism or the ageism, you're starting to see things nowadays like Dev Patel making Monkey Man, where, you know, no one wanted to cast him as a romantic lead or an action lead. You know, if there was an Indian character, of course they'll cast him because he's Indian, but he was mostly only getting prestige dramas or, you know, Marigold Hotel type comedies coming his way. And so if he wanted to get cast in the movie that he wanted to make, he had to make it himself. So he had to write and direct and produce Monkey Man in order to give it. So I think you're seeing a lot of actors hedge their bets by going behind the scenes and going behind the camera in those producer, writer, director roles, because they know that if you're an actor, then your career is subject to other people's decisions, and you don't have your destiny in your own hands, and Hollywood can be fickle with racism, ageism, sexism, all the bad isms. So there you are there. And I think some of the actors from the early 2000s, so your Jordan Ladds, your Lacey Chaberts, Rebecca Gayharts, even ones who had decent careers but have kind of died down, like Sarah Jessica Parker or people like that, I think if they had taken steps to get a little stronger into the producing end of things, even if they didn't want to do directorial or screenwriting work, that probably would have given them more longevity than they seem to have in the 2020s nowadays. So those were just kind of my basic thoughts as I was seeing how her career trajectory went. Going forward in the future, I certainly hope that she has better roles that will be offered to her. If I ever got off my ass and finished one of my screenplays, I'm sure I have a ton of roles for her. There's one screenplay I kind of bat around where there's a female FBI agent she'd actually be perfect for. But short of that happening, I'm just hoping that she gets better projects and that casting directors are like, oh yeah, she's really good and stuff. We could cast her as something that's not just generic mom or Hallmark TV movie or Lifetime TV movie. Like you can put her in real movies. She can act. Just give her, even if it's a supporting role, give her a good movie. Okay, well, if you've actually made it to the end of this, I don't know, 4 hours, how long is this going to take, video, then I thank you for coming with me on this journey. After I finished doing the binge of Ladd's films at the end of 2023, I recorded some of these mini reviews piecemeal throughout 2024, so by the time this ends up actually on YouTube, it might be late April or early May, so I technically haven't released a video since the end of 2023, so this will be my first video of 2024, and it's 4 to 5 months in, so sorry, but, you know, I only do YouTube for fun because I don't really make much money off of this anyway, and I just kind of wanted to do this project, and I wanted to do something a little bit more longer form that was going to be fun for me, and, you know, take a little bit more of my analytical stuff, but if you're interested in any of the full-length reviews I wrote for any of these movies I've discussed, just go to my Letterboxd. Just go to letterboxd.com/LeonardHawk. You'll find it there. You can find my reviews on Letterboxd. I post stuff on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, occasionally TikTok. TikTok is where my taste test and more short-form videos have been lately. Yeah. All that good stuff. So thank you for watching this whole thing. Or even if you skipped around, thank you for that anyway. Like, share, subscribe, do all the stuff. When I figure out what I want to record next, that'll be my next video. But otherwise, have a good one.